here, back with another live stream, just as promised today. I wasn't so sure I was going to make it back. Okay, so let me check my audio. Let's get over here on the desktop. Okay, so all right, now I got to go somewhere else besides. Let's do that. I'll leave the browser open so that I can go back quicker. Might have been something better than that I could do, but anyway. Okay, let's look at my notes to self. I've got them on the endoscope right now. Okay, on the Android phones, what I'm doing today. I want to check my apps, uninstall. Notice that cursive writing. I just heard the other day or a week or two ago that they are not teaching cursive writing anymore. And yes, that's more like hand scratching or something like that. Actually, I did pretty good. I can read it. Most of the time, I can't read my own writing anymore. And uninstall is, oh, that's two L's. Okay, it looks more like L-E with a giant. I was going to say that my E is too big, but it's not that. Anyway, uninstall non-working Google goggles, SMS, check for others. Look at my apps. I forgot to put look up, I guess. Look at my apps and look at my apps and look through my apps and wish lists. I'm terrible. 4 apps to see. Oh, okay. Wow. I didn't know I wrote it that bad. Look through my apps and wish list for apps to see IPs on the network. I want to see if, and connect the Comrie video camera, see if I could actually see if it's putting out an IP address. My router can't see it, but I saw an app that made me think of that. It says it can see anything, phones or routers or anything in your area. And so if I can find out what its IP address is, then I can manually type that into my router. I know the password. I might be able to actually connect to it. Then if I can connect to it through my router, then I might find an app on my computer or in the repos or something that can repos that can actually view the camera. I don't think it's going to work the way I hoped when originally when I bought it. What I was hoping was the tablet keeps going to sleep, and then if I let it stay asleep very long, you have to go there and mash the button. I can control it with the mouse from over here right now. If you, yeah, that's one of the things I tried to do the other day, and so these are things that came to my mind. I thought I better write them down before I forget them again. Anyway, or just find one of those, apps. The Comrie app. Number one, it won't work on my phone. At least the one that comes up with that name, whatever the name was, I forgot it. Might not actually be their app. And then when I scan the QR code, it went to the site that it went to a site. It doesn't tell you what site it's going to go to. And I saw it on the phone first. I was all mixed up after I did it later. Saw it on the phone, and all I saw was a white page with some Chinese writing in the middle. And I thought, well, how do you download the app? And I thought, I ain't clicking on Chinese writing. I don't know what it says. So then I got on the computer and hand typed it in and did a Google search, and then I scanned the links, and it was only 1 out of 80 scanners, but it said there was malware on this site. So I tried the home page and the download. So I ain't doing that, no way. Especially since I thought I might put it on Mom's tablet, but I don't want to risk exposing her tablet just so that I can fiddle around. I couldn't use it because I'm not going to bring her tablet in here all the time that it's in here. If somebody wants to use it, they can't use it, So, man, that's not what I want to do. I don't want to control the camera remotely. All I would want out of it is if I can get the video stream to come over my Wi-Fi and get it into OBS Studio. That's all I was wanting. But I don't think it's going to be high enough quality because now that I see that the USB is less than 1080p. There's only 2 resolutions that are available in OBS Studio, which I love OBS Studio, but that is kind of odd because I did see You can change to the H.264 feed stream in UC view and UVC view, and it looks better. Well, but it's weird because it looks really grainy in GUVC view until you go to the H.264 stream. But in here, you know, the 270 or 280 by whatever, it looks fine. I just kind of skip through that video that I just did, and now that I've got the light straightened out using the filters in OBS, it looks fine. Okay, and then clean up space on the phones, try other IP security apps, what I was just talking about, remote PhoneTop. Oh, and remote, now that's the thing I said I was going to do when I come back, and I realized, well, I really need to get this tablet the way I want it, and so I can put it up. So then after that, I'll try and see if I can find a remote PhoneTop app, remote desktop app for phones or for Android devices, and then a new one that I haven't tried. Maybe it will work well enough for me to actually do a video that way. And it's going to go to sleep. No, I'm going to do it the old-fashioned way with the camera pointing at the tablet. At least it's big enough I can use the camera and not the endoscope. Let's see. On the desktop again. I'm wondering. Yeah, I think I will. I'm going to go back to my live stream page. I'll check my audio one more time. And then I'll close the browser. I think I will. I'm going to go back to. It's all working good. Got a good stream. I hate not being able to see if my stream goes bad, though. That's the one thing. Because it doesn't. See, YouTube will try to. OBS will try to reconnect. So there is an indicator here, whether like it shows a green. I just noticed that it's the same color that YouTube uses. Green tells a kilobits per second, 4139, which I believe 1,000 kilobits is a megabit, so I round in there. So that's about 2 megabits, like I was thinking that it takes to do a stream. Well, the way I have it set up, 1080p, 30 frames per second is what I'm sending out to YouTube. So no matter what resolution my cameras are, some are more, some are less, the palette that I have set up is 1080p. So let's go to the camera again. And what do I have there? Oh yeah, endoscope and camera. Okay, note self and me. All right, this is all. I'll just set these up today, so I'm kind of having to learn what's what. Okay, I'm gonna get off that. No, wait, I better leave it up there so I can look up there and see. I think that'll be all right. I'm going to move this mouse and use the other mouse. And I was thinking, well, what if I bump it, do something, you know? I think it'll be all right. Okay, first I got to do the camera. So let me aim that. I do have the wireless mics on this time, so if I need to move around very much or anything, I can do that. I think I don't need to do that this time. I figured all this out. I do have to go down, pan down a little bit, and get it lined up pretty well centered. And then when I zoom in, it moved on me. I've discovered everything's different than it was. I don't know if it was this wood that it's sitting on or what. It was much straighter. I had it really lined up. Yeah, I don't know what happened. There, that's pretty good. That may be even better than it was last time. I probably bumped it when I was setting things up. Okay, so it's, blurry and you can't really read the words, but I think it's good enough I can do what I need to do. I can actually kind of almost read it better from over here. I'm farsighted, and now that I'm in the last, in the last 20 years, I can't see. I used to see. I didn't need glasses my whole life until probably 15 years ago, I guess. I used to read the computer, when I was all into computers without having to. It's kind of weird looking at that preview. The mouse is not floating around like it looks like it is on there, so I guess I'll have to look straight at the tablet. Okay. I believe All-in-One Toolbox is on here. Yeah, there it is. So I want to uninstall Google Goggles since it's no longer supported. At least now you can actually see, much better and get an idea of what the heck I've been doing. Don't need to clean it right now. Yeah, it's going. Some reason I guess it's some sort of delay or something. I'm not quite sure why it looks that way. It may be that it's dropping some frames on the camera. Between the camera and OBS, what OBS is seeing. Okay. Battery safe. I was doing a little better with my coughing, but now that I started talking again, got to get me another cough drop. But I'm going to want to get in the one in the middle. I can tell that. And I'm trying to get this cough drop open. Didn't want to take any more allergy medicine. I was afraid I was going to overdo it. These cough drops are those natural kind, so they're not. But just because it's natural doesn't mean opium's natural, but it's one of the most powerful drugs on the planet, Okay, so and I've never tried it. Don't even know what it looks like. It just came to my mind. So just don't worry about that. And no, I haven't tried LSD either, but I knew all about that growing up in the 60s and 70s. Let's see. I saw something. I saw something I was watching, or I was getting my food, and so I was getting my food, and one of those talk shows was on last night, and somebody was telling a story about that. They said they tried it when they were a teenager. Wi-Fi. That is not. Roll down. Let's see. File manager. There it is. App manager. Advanced. Clean. System app uninstall. Oh, there we go. System app uninstall. Yeah. I might end up needing to do that for. I'm going to click on SMS and see if it says that it, is no longer supported on this one. This is a newer version of Android. I ought to look and see what version it is. But what I want is App Manager. And I think I will go ahead and do a backup. That'll select them all. And you can either do uninstall, don't want to do that. Be careful with this app. Backup 38. That way, if I make any mistakes, I'll have the APK and I can just reinstall it without. So one thing you got to do, though, you got to go into developer mode. It won't allow you to install anything from an APK or anything that's not, well, they consider it not to be checked, even though I got it originally from Google App Store, Google Play. But that's a good safety thing. But I did that on my phone. I wanted, that's what I want to put on here, the scanning app, QR Droid. And I thought, well, that might be my backups because I know I used to have it on there, and it was. So I went to try to install it, and it wouldn't let me, and I had to go in, and I'm pretty sure I forgot to go turn off. You got to turn on developer mode and then turn on allow to install unchecked apps or whatever, unverified or something. I need to turn that all back off now. And I forgot. I think that was on phone 1, I think. I got these 3 identical phones. I get confused about what's what. Okay, it's done there. Now, uninstall APKs and App2SD. This one doesn't have an SD, I don't think, in it. No, it doesn't. I'm just going to look and see what's in there before I do anything else. AI View, that must have been what, no, that was in my App Store. But that's something I had put on here. Photo was a nice little screen. No, that's a different one. I think it's okay, though. It's a screensaver type thing. You know, it'll play your pictures when it's sitting there. There was one I had. Mom has a 7-inch tablet from Amazon that my sister got her before I got her this one. And it had something on there similar to that, and she liked it. But then it quit working, and I found out it was no longer being developed and, not supported, so I took it off. There's quick support. See, talking about remote PhoneTop or desktop or tablet top, desktop, tablet top. This is what I used at one point, and it'll work. It worked for 30, 40 minutes, even longer, without any trouble at first, and then after a year or two, about a year, I guess, got to where it wouldn't work worth crap. And I didn't like how intrusive it was. I found out how intrusive it was on running. You have to run the companion app, the desktop app on your desktop, and they do have one for Linux, but decided I didn't want it. Let's see. I'm just going to go through there and see if I see anything. That just kind of tells me what I've done, and might tell me what to try and what not to try. If I've already tried it and it's been uninstalled. These are everything that's ever been backed up. This is not what's installed. This is most of these are installed, but not all of them. Wi-Fi analyzers are real good. Just to see your what frequencies, what channel, like 2.4 gigahertz or is it hertz that they're using? But anyway, see, channels, it's like 1 through 12, I think. Yeah, Wi-Fi channels are 1 through 12. So you see if your neighbor's all on channel 7, go get on channel, 3 or 7 or 8. 12. Don't get on the very end, either very end. Just pick the emptier channels. Of course, if theirs is on automatic, it may jump all over the place. So I used to use mine on automatic, but on most routers of all brands, kind of always want to get in the same general area, usually around 6. I noticed in the last couple of years that there's some of the neighbors were going for different channels than mine. Of course, they might have done that manually. I don't know if they do that stuff or not. But makes a huge difference if you get away from the other channels that are, the busy channels. It'll help your speed and your distance. And then App2SD, that sends the apps to the SD card, but I think there is not an SD card in here. See, I never filled up the onboard stuff. So it says there is an SD card. Maybe there's one in there, and I put one in there from the beginning. I just don't remember it. Well, if I tried to do it, then it would say, oh, you don't have an SD card. So I'm not going to try to do it. That's just all the apps. Okay. So what I want to uninstall is Goggles. I guess I should check if it really needs to be uninstalled first, though. I haven't tried to open it on. Oh, no, it's going away. Right. Okay. So Goggles is going away. Google, I don't see it. I guess I should look and make sure it's actually on there. I thought I saw it. Maybe I saw Google. There it is, Goggles. It's just not in the place I expected it to be. Let's see if there's anything else that I want uninstalled. See, I don't get aggravated with the tablet when I'm using the mouse, and some things don't work well with the mouse, and I still get aggravated. But if I can have a mouse and keyboard on the tablet, it's fine. Sometimes if I sit here a while, I forget that that's actually what I'm on. I'll set it right up here next to my monitor, when I want to mess with it. Now I've got it way far away so that I can point the camera at it. Okay, so looks like there's only one thing that I want to uninstall, and I don't know if I ever tried. I don't think I've ever tried uninstalling any system apps on here because I messed up. Got my phones acting wonky. I did it on 2 of them. I think I've done it several times. I'll forget that it caused. I learned the hard way. It says, "Oh, it warned you," and it says this may mess up your system. I'm like, "Yeah, you're just saying that because you don't want me to install it." So I uninstall it anyway, and then it messes up my system, which is rotten that they do that. They do it on purpose. Web Video Caster. That's one of the cool apps you can send. One of them you can send whatever's on the tablet to the TV to watch it, or to any smart TV. Or in our case, it's not a smart TV, but it's a smart DVD player, and I can send it to that and then play it on the TV. And then the other one, you can do searches. There's a browser built into it. I didn't notice it. I don't remember the name of it. And then once you find it, you're able to send that URL to the DVD, and it can play it in there. And I tested them, but I never really got any use out of them because I don't go in there to watch stuff. But yeah, see that one, Google, which I don't know what in the world it's even really supposed to be for. And it's, how big is that? 163 megabytes? See, I'd like to, but that's, oh yeah, I do remember. It's all about the Google services. I've clicked on that to uninstall it before on my phones, and it says, you're going to break everything. So I didn't ever uninstall that. Super Ear is just so you can listen. All it does is make the mic on the tablet come through to the speaker so you could listen to stuff. My mom doesn't hear well anymore, and trying to find a way to help her hear. So my plan, I bought her a little, first 2-3 years ago, I bought her a little Bluetooth headset, not a headset, but one ear, stick on one ear, like that picture. And then I thought maybe she can listen to the TV, turning the TV up and down on here, to her little, I cannot, just call it a headset, but when I think of headset, I think of like earphones, a stereo setup. This is a mono for one ear. But then for Mother's Day, I bought her a bone conduction headset, and it sounds, and that thing the other one wasn't loud enough. That was the problem with it anyway. And see, I already have I bought her a Bluetooth speaker years ago, and she liked it, but then after a few years, she can understand the words better, but it doesn't sound as good. I've got a real nice sound bar in there. She wanted a sound bar, so I've got a real nice one. And it'll go loud enough for her to hear it, but she still has trouble understanding the words. But I can hear and understand every word in here with the door shut. When she turns it up. Sometimes sometimes her ears get better and worse. But like at night, if she wants to watch something, that she doesn't. Sometimes she's got to where she'll sit in there with the sound off and just read whatever's on the screen and stuff. So I thought, man, she needs something where she can hear. So I got that and researched them for 2 or 3 years before I did it. I didn't want to spend a fortune on them, That one was, I think it was $45 or $49 or something. There was another one. The next step up was a brand that was fairly popular, but it's like $150, $130. It had just about the same reviews as this one. So I got this one, and it's fine. It sounds fairly decent. I put it on in here. Anyway, I already have a wireless receiver, a Bluetooth receiver, is what I was saying, and I have for the TV, has Dolby Digital Sound. I'm telling stories. It has Dolby Digital Sound, but it does not have, the sound bar is analog. And so we needed to get from Dolby Digital to had to convert it from analog, from digital to analog. And so I had to buy a little box for that. and then I bought her that Bluetooth speaker, and had to get a receiver for it to plug into that little box. It had two inputs, and one for the digital input and one just two RCA. The other's two RCAs. And so it'll take digital or analog inputs and then send it out analog. But I've been using it for years, and they're fine. They do one thing with connectors. I learned years and years ago. RCA connectors, quarter-inch connectors, 3.5 millimeter, eighth-inch connectors. If they're just sitting like that for a long period of time, they will oxidize, and the connection will get bad. And sometimes if you leave it for a long enough time, it'll just quit working. All you got to do is just twist them. If they get really bad, if that doesn't help, then just twist them a little bit. If you do it every once in a while, when you think about it, it won't quit. And if that doesn't work, spray the connectors, turn everything off, unplug it, no power to it. Because electrical cleaner, my favorite is CRC green. They got red. It's not as good as green can. There's a red can and a green can. Right now, there used to be another one called LPS that I used to really like back in the 70s. And that's the one I learned about with LPS. It was the best ever. I think it's LPS. Yeah. They had lubricants and electronics cleaner and contact cleaner. This is called contact cleaner. Contact cleaner, this in the green can, is better than the red of the CRC. The red one is just denatured alcohol, really, mostly. This one has that in it, but it's got some other stuff. So, anyway, I already had the receiver, so I hooked up her headset, and she likes it. But it is a bit fiddly to figure out how to wear it comfortably, where you can lean your head back and relax, and where to put it on your head. And I thought you'd put it away from your ears, but it gets too quiet for me. So you can hear it if you're really close to it. If you put it right up, it ends up wanting to be kind of half in your ear and half on your face. Or it kind of wants to ride me and her. And but it sounds good, and it's not too uncomfortable. I didn't wear it very long, though. But she wore it the other night for hours and watched the whole movie, and she said, "Oh, that's fantastic." So I was really glad about that. I thought she wasn't going to be able to use it. But she has trouble remembering how to do things. It does phone. You can answer the phone, and it has a mic. And I just gave up on trying to remember all those instructions. I just remembered how to turn it on and turn the volume up and down, and how to turn it off and how to pair it. Because sometimes when you the first thing happened is I got it all paired and ready to go, and the next time she tried to use it, it said it needed to pair, and so she got everything out of whack trying to pair it. I had to bring it all in here and hook it up to I just hooked it to my computer. And first, I couldn't get it to work, and so I couldn't get the pairing to work, so I paired it to the phone, and it worked perfectly. So I thought, okay, it's the receiver. And I tried that a few more times, and then I was about ready to give up, decide there was something wrong, and then it worked. Don't know what I did. All right, long story again. Oh, now we can click uninstall. Click uninstall, damn it. Everybody left that was watching. All one of you. All none of you. Do you really want to install goggles? Yes, I do. Okay. Yeah, that only took 15 minutes, 20 minutes. I'm going to uninstall one app because I was talking about everything else. Okay, so what is that? GPS. I don't know if I put that on there or what. Okay, so after that, where is that section where you can uninstall system apps? Usually I use the back button to go back. Sometimes that doesn't work right in some of these apps. You really need to use the little arrow at the top. But on the phone, it's too little and I can't hit it. And I don't even have big fingers. Oh, by the way, check my stream. Now, see, I don't have any way to check it. Well, I could check it on there, but that'll probably be too hard. Well, let's try it. That way, you're not just waiting on me to do it. You can watch me fiddle with it. Okay, so here we are. Yeah, we're on the camera. And so I will minimize that, or go back home or whatever. This time I'm not going to try the YouTube app. I'm going to try Chrome. Pretty sure you can just go there and watch. It may watch it open up the YouTube app for me. That didn't work worth crap. I tried doing that. Okay, let's see. Oh, there's YouTube right there. Somebody's been there. I don't really use this hardly at all, but get used to it in the living room. There it is. There it is. Recommended Don Bishop live streaming. I just saw. That's it. That is so much easier than using the YouTube app. I can barely hear it, but I hear it. Oops, that was the wrong thing. I was trying to click on this one to make it full screen. The volume is very low, but let me shut up. I guess I'll have to turn it up. I heard me just for a second. I'll bump that tablet. That's not the, what the heck happened? How do I get out of there? Oh, it's not playing. I don't even know if that's my video now. Well, this is ridiculous. I'm not doing that. It's doing it on its own. Oh, I see. It's the video. It just played what I just did. Had me freaked out. It's like, what the heck? I think it's better if you don't try to make it full screen. It's almost impossible. Let me see if I hit escape on the keyboard. There we go. That got it out of there. See how great keyboards are? Oh, well, I'm over here trying to listen, and of course, if I'm not talking, you get about 20 to 30 seconds of delay, and then after that, guess what happens? You don't hear nothing because I'm not talking. It's live, dummy. You're the live dummy. I do that every time I try that way. If I try to stop and listen, I can't hear it or something like. Oh well, never mind. Okay, so. My stream is good, and so if you use Chrome, it works. But that YouTube app is horrible. I've always hated it. That's why I don't know how to use it because I've never used it because I don't like it. Okay, so App Manager, Advanced Clean, System. There it is. System app uninstall. I don't think there's any system apps I want to uninstall. Not apps. Applications, not ampers. So you can see all this stuff, and definitely don't want to install those little green men ones. Those are really for sure enough the system. The ones that, for instance, Drive still works. I mean, Drive is still there, but they changed it up. I don't know if that app still works. But that's probably one of the ones that would jack things up if you tried to uninstall it. Hangouts is pretty cool. She doesn't really use it. I'm trying to get her to use it to, do long distance calls and stuff. She has a mobile phone she's had for years. It's old flip phone, it's like a Star Trek flip phone, Star Tac flip phone. But it's got the battery's no good anymore. It won't even, it'll hardly run 10 minutes, 20 minutes with it plugged in, much less with it. It won't stay on long enough to dial a number with it unplugged. Charger still works, but the battery's bad. And, you can get one, I'm sure, but she just needs to give up and get actually, this tablet is it's a phablet. It you can put two SIM cards in it. It can be two different phone numbers, or you can have one phone number and one data SIM card. She just thinks it's too big. She don't want to try it. And I kept telling her, you can use the head. That's why I bought that little one-ear headset for use like that. And this one, for sure, she could hear it. The one I just got, it of course it'll do phone calls and everything too. But I didn't say anything about it because I know she doesn't like that idea. But if she gets to liking that, using that headset a lot, thing is, it'll only pair with one device at a time. And I knew that, but I didn't really see, that one and the other one that was 100. This was like $50, and the other one was like 130, 150 bucks. Neither one of them paired with two devices, so at the same time. So I didn't look any further. I know there's some more that are even more expensive that's supposed to be good. But, yes, and so that would be, that's a real pain, having a pair every time you turn it on. So that's for the TV, and that's it. I had to buy her another headset, but that might be cheap. You could buy two of those, and you still only spend $100, so you're still not 150, so that would be okay as long as they don't. Well, if they're paired with something, they won't fight. If they stay paired, don't unhook, and then you have to do it again. Yeah, there's hardly anything in there that's a regular type app. I don't see. Like that's Music FX. That's useless. I just use VLC or whatever. There's a couple other ways to listen. Really, on a tablet or a computer. Really, I just I listen. I used to go to music sites all the time, but now I just and I have my own music. I recorded 2 albums over the years, and used to sing and write lyrics, and I really haven't done it in years now. But I have my music on my website, donsongs.com, commercial, for free downloads, so not commercial. It's free. What is that commercial about? My God. And there's one with the weirdest noises I've ever heard, and I finally looked up at it this morning, and it was an iPhone commercial. Well, why they were playing that horrible noise, I have no idea, and they keep playing it, and showing that phone, different people, tapping the phone or answering the phone. Makes no sense whatsoever. Nothing on there to tell you. If I hadn't looked at the screen, I'd have never known what they were trying to sell. All it could tell to me is they were trying to annoy me. Okay, so there isn't anything hardly that calendar, I wouldn't use it, but it's only 2.22 megabytes. There's really not anything. Now, those little effects are okay. Because I think, no, I think they're just kilobytes. I was going to say, like Android Live wallpapers. Okay, now I think black hole and bubbles are wallpapers. That's what I'm trying to say. But you wouldn't. So there's not really anything in there that I would want to uninstall. My phones are full of crapware. There's just weird stuff in there that comes with from Google. They're Google. Like I said, they're the apps that say, "Oh, if you uninstall these, you're going to mess it up," and it does. I tried it. I uninstalled the Google Books and the music and several things, and I had trouble with the phone. It started acting wonky, and you don't know what it's going to do until it does it, and you're not 100% sure what's causing it. Okay, but this is this all-in-one toolbox. This will do. I've tried 3 or 4 different ones, 1 or 2 before this one, and this is one I settled on. I put it on everything. I really like this, except for getting out of it. Kind of showed that earlier when I was doing the phone in the previous. Duplicate photos. Let's see. Advanced clean. Let's see what's in advanced clean. I don't think there's really anything in there. Yeah, large files. There are probably some videos or something. That's not really a very large file. Duplicate files, that's not much use. You can watch out with some of that stuff. It can actually mess things up. APK cleaner, clean up unused installation packages. I'm not going to bother with that right now. App reset clean up app data to free up space. Now that could be kind of cool, but I might try if I can find that. Yeah, that should be in. I might try that on the phone. That might help with the phone IP webcam app acting up. Maybe there's that cache is not getting deleted from running for months. Months and months running IP webcam. That might have been what I did to get it straightened up last time. I know the clean helps some. The one on the front page, but it doesn't. It has. I did that already once or twice, and it doesn't. It's still. It'll run. I don't know how long it's running actually, but I set it up running last night, and then today when I got up, actually I've been sleeping in the day and up at night. So when I got up and had the thought to check it, I can look at its picture, on the computer, and I have some links in my web browser, and that's the way I look at it on the web browser. I can actually remote control a lot of the apps from my computer, and it was down, and I went over there and looked, and it was at the login screen. And usually it just frees up, and you'll see the app screen, or it'll be either you'll see the app screen and it's froze, or it'll be minimized. It's still burning in the background, but it'll be in the home page. But the last 3 times it's done that, it's been at the login screen, and that I'm not quite sure what's going on there. Because there's all these things you can turn on and off to don't let it hibernate, and all that stuff. And that's all the stuff that could have got turned off. I know I saw one setting something could have happened because I saw one setting was set completely wrong. Oh, the focus, it was set on manual instead of automatic, I've got to check through that thing. I don't know, maybe. Well, that won't help. And I can't see if I could hook up a mouse to my phones, then could completely do it like I'm doing right now. But my phones won't support this OTG on the go protocol, and so I can't use this mouse and keyboard with it. That Bluetooth keyboard works great, but it doesn't have a mouse. I think some of them do have a mouse, or maybe you can buy a Bluetooth mouse. I don't know. I'll look into that. It might not be worth it. But like I said, I'm going to try and see if I can find a remote desktop app that would work on these. And if I can find that, then I'll just do that. I like that much better. And I'm just using my keyboard and my mouse that I've been using for the last 15 years, plus almost 20 years. Okay, download cleaner app reset. Uninstall apps. I'm just going to look in the app reset, see what it looks like. I don't think there's anything, unless it would be this Bluetooth, business I'm using right now, and it might mess it up. Well, it's not Bluetooth, it's Wi-Fi. This is going over the Wi-Fi, this mouse and keyboard. No, it's Bluetooth. No, what is it? Yeah, it's got its own little receiver. That's Bluetooth, yeah. Got so many different things going, I'm getting confused. Oh, you pick an app you want to reset, I guess. I've done it. I just can't remember now. Doesn't show all the apps, not even all the apps that I've installed. Huh. Web Video Caster, that's one of those cool apps that you can send to a smart TV or DVD player. The other one, I don't see it. Android Office is really good. I haven't really used it, but it really looks good. It's Android Open Office. It's the Android version of Open Office, which I was saying in my previous stream today, how good it is. Exodo Docs, I guess you're supposed to say Zodo, but if it has an X, I say the X. If it has a Z, I say the Z. So if you want me to call it Zodo Docs, make it Z-O-D-O. You're making up the word anyway. Make it up right. So Exodo Docs. You still kind of say a Z, don't you? Yeah, there's not very many of the installed apps on there. All right, so I don't see any point in doing that in any of those. The large files, could see what they are. Oh, it's a video. I, she doesn't download stuff really well unless it's in an email and she gets it from. That's what those are. Came in email. Well, that one there, vid so and so, that was probably made with open camera. So, oh, I bet I know what that is. I made a video of mom's great grandson. Let's put it that way. My niece's son. Little, he's about 5 now, and he was about 3, I think, when I made that. They were here, and then the other one, oh, that's it right there. I renamed it. PID 2017127. That's a different video. This one hasn't been renamed, so I don't know what it is. But yeah, those are things that we don't want to get rid of. I'm sure of that. That's the one I was just talking about. Max visits great grandma. So let's see. Those there, I don't know. Some of those, see, some of them are there, and all you do is click on them and use them, and some of them you have to. It says, "Oh, don't you like this? Will be good. Don't you want to download it?" You know, app lock, notification, remove ads. Of course, that see like that, you pay for that. Which, if you're not able to do what you want to do, it's a good enough app. It might well. The thing about aggravating, it has aggravating advertisements. It won't let you out of the app and stuff. That aggravates me enough not to pay for it. So that's not a smart way to do it. That just sets me. I love the app, but I wouldn't pay for it because you do that to me. You know. But I don't use tablets and phones enough to buy apps. You know, and I'm too spoiled with Linux, open source and free. I haven't bought any software. I said, well, I have. I bought something. What was it? It wasn't Linux software, though. Well, it's been years. I bought some Windows. I was always into Windows freeware and shareware anyway, so I didn't buy software too often. It had to be awfully good. Phone manager, app manager, system app uninstall, photos. Game booster, yeah, I don't know what in the world that would. That probably just shuts down everything but the game. Permission detect. Oh, you see the little, looks like an arrow next to it? I think that means it's a download. Betcha. Theme, easy swipe. I'll click on the permission detect. Monitor to the permissions acquired by each app. I used to really try to read everyone and watch what was going on and use apps to stop things I didn't like. And it turned out it was so complicated that I just decided, okay, I will never use my phones for anything important because I can't stop all this crap no matter how hard you try. I never have used them for anything important. I don't log into anything. Or the only thing I log into is you'd already logged into Google. So if you go to YouTube, you're already logged in, stuff like that. Yeah, you got to download it. That's what I thought. And so, like easy swipe, let's see if it's a download. Swipe from the marked area we triggered. Okay, I don't want to do that. I guess that's the kind of like kind of like on your game control pad, to set the X and Y axis, the distance of it and all that. That's one of those, I guess. Only for swiping. I can't imagine playing a game with a touch device. I just can't even imagine it. I don't play games, I never have played games much, but I really did like playing Porsche Unleashed and stuff like that. My buddy was really into games, and he got me to doing it, and he bought a steering wheel with foot pedals for me to use because I couldn't do the game controllers. And I liked that. And then later, when I got into computers, I liked a couple of flight simulators, Microsoft Flight Simulator, and there's another one for Linux. And I used to use joystick, for airplanes, And that was pretty cool. And then I did buy me a regular game controller, just like like a PS2 style for the computer, and but it actually a parallel or serial port connection, whichever, serial port, I think. It was pre-USB, and it'll still work if you got that on your computer just fine. I never saw any reason to spend more money to get a USB connector. But I haven't, and that I haven't played any games, and ever since I got into Linux, I haven't ever. I played a few here and there, but they bother my eyes because my eyes swap letters and numbers anyway, and they make me really antsy, and I start getting aggravated. Almost every game I've ever played. The only ones I ever enjoyed was the driving games. It just made me miss being out driving and hot rodding and four wheeling, though. you know, Made me want to actually go do it. That's what I used to do. Let's see what's at the other end where the three dots is. Put you somewhere else. It didn't bring up a menu like normal three dots. That's weird. I can't stand that stuff. I want to see words, at least a picture, but just three dots. Half the time I can't find it, Okay. My metals, junk record, AIO lab, startup, customization, auto task, plugin. Okay, those are downloads. I figured that out now. Add to tech compass. The one that is there is startup, customize. See, optional add-ons, flashlight, quick settings, and volume settings. Okay. Most of those you can download for free and add them on. There's one that, that's in IP webcam. I put two add-ons in, or three in there, and almost all three of the phones I get mixed up. I was thinking this one I had some kind of add-on I put in there, but now I can't remember. Let's see. Add your favorite startups. Oh, okay. That doesn't turn out to be, because the things I like already start up automatically. You don't need to put them in there. So it's not much. Doesn't help me any. I'm sure it's fine. Be useful to some people. And the boost, cleans up cache and stuff. Boost cleans out the memory, the RAM. Battery saver, I don't like those. They always they use battery themselves. They use resources and battery, memory and battery, but they also, I used to use the Avast one, and can't remember all the things it did, but I think it shut it down all the time. Oh, it kept shutting down my Wi-Fi all the time. All the time. I got so sick of that. It was a separate plugin for Avast antivirus, and I uninstalled that once I figured it out. It took me a while to figure it out. File manager, I think it's a pretty decent file manager. And CPU cooler, I think it's kind of those things I've read and seen videos, they're kind of a gimmick. Really, I mean, it's the same thing as something to, shut down too many apps. Like you want to clear up your memory. So if you clear up your memory, that's by shutting down apps running in the background. Then your CPU will run a little cooler. But this thing does great. This is an 8-core tablet. I'm going to get out of here, and I'm going to show you. Okay, now see, it always does that. It brings up something. And what you're trying to, let's see if it worked. If you got the mouse, you can usually hit it. But if you try to do that with your fingers on the little bitty 4-inch screen, I can never get that to work. It takes me 4 times. Well, you saw that that was in the previous video. Now, what was it I was wanting to show? Oh, I wanted to go to the this little section here. I guess that's pretty typical. This tablet came like that, and all I did was just kind of set up what I thought mom would use, or something I needed to use, or whatever. It has a radio too. You have to plug in. It tells you to plug in a earphone. Basically, plug in something with a wire on it. I wonder if this USB charging cable would work. Oh, that's not plugged into the. You have to plug in something to the analog audio out. I'm sure just a long cable would work, but if you plug in an earphone, then that turns into the antenna. That's what I'm trying to say. You got an earphone is also your antenna. And it won't work without without it either. It won't pick up anything. It'll try to work, but it won't pick up anything. Calculator, clock. Okay, Wi-Fi is on. Data. Airplane mode. I always just keep them in airplane mode because we don't have phone service on any of them, and that keeps it from nagging you about not having a phone service. Audio, display, battery, apps, security, backup. Oh, accounts. Okay, so yeah, you have to have an account for Avast, Google, all that. I'm at from for mail, and then Skype. Uh, Schedule a power on and off. I didn't remember you could do that. Accessibility. Oh, there it is. Well, about the tablet, developer options. I want to make sure that's developer options isn't turned on in this thing. I might have turned it on and forgot. But it's these things had. I think it had just barely 4 stars when I bought it. It was about $100 too, like Yeah, I think it was $199.99 or something. It's a Chinese tablet, 8 core. Let's see, I can't remember. And funniest thing, octa-core. What does octa mean? Octopus 8. Thing got here before I realized. I thought it was a quad core, and I thought that's the weirdest way to say. I remember saying to myself, "That's the weirdest way to say quad core I've ever seen." It never dawned on me that it was something so simple and well known, octa. I can't really. I don't know what that says. It's too small. Oh, it says CPU core 2.5 gigahertz. Somewhere else it says. It still doesn't seem right. It says OCPU. Somewhere it says octa-core. Well, it said it on the website, but it was no longer available not long after I bought it. It's actually a well-known, this processor and stuff. I looked up the processor. After I figured that out, I went and looked it up. And the screen, but it's 2.5 gigahertz, no slouch there, which is great because a lot of them are like 1.2 gigahertz. And they're just so slow and sluggish. This is the fastest tablet I've ever touched. Android 6, so yeah, it'll run. I mean, it's. I don't know how far past 6 it is now. It might be up to 7. So it's gonna get. It's getting old. Like it was from. Oh no, that said 27. I'm not sure what all that's about. And kernel version, Linux kernel. Android's built on the Linux kernel, by the way, 3.467. Yeah, that's pretty sure that's getting pretty old. I can't remember what kernel's that, but it's past that. Mine is old too, you know. Build number, custom build version. So I don't know where in here that it would tell you the say octa-core, but you have to trust me because I don't remember. Debugging. Let's see. Revoke debugging authorization. Is it turned on? I don't want to revoke it. I just don't want to leave it in. Oh, there's the background apps that have been running an hour and 47 minutes. This thing's down to 20%. I thought it charged. Well, you could charge and run this mouse and keyboard at the same time, but I was wrong. What happens is, I remember reading it before, what it does is it will charge, it will run the power that when you plug it into the charger or to another computer, it will power the dongle, the Wi-Fi dongle or the Bluetooth dongle for the mouse and keyboard, but it doesn't charge. You can't charge this thing at the same time. I thought it would, but I've had this thing in here all day, and a lot of times it's been asleep, but I never did turn it off, and so it lasts a long time, hours. How long has it been? I think it's already been on for over 8 hours because I turned it on when I first got in here. So anyway, there's all the things that are running in that. See, there's Google Play services. You don't need that running in the background. You don't need Play Store running in the background. It does really well, though, so I don't mess with it. But I can definitely get some help by turning that stuff off in the phones because they only have a gig of RAM. I don't remember. I didn't see the RAM, but it's got at least. I think it's got 4 gig of RAM. It might just be 2, but it does good, whatever it is. And especially since they're not doing well. I have IP webcam on here, and I tried using it, and it didn't work good, and I couldn't figure it out. And finally, I got to looking at the specs, and it doesn't have. This one's not like mine. It's kind of hard to tell if is it in debugging mode or not. That just took me to this here, what's running in the background. That is not at all what I was expecting when I clicked on that process. Stats. Debugging. Okay. Okay, yeah, all of them are grayed out, so I don't think I can't read them. That's my problem. Oh, there, it's right under revoke. No. Yeah, I think you have to plug in the USB. Yeah, you can't do it till you plug in the USB anyway, evidently. Well, you always had to turn it on first. They must have changed it. I'm not going to read all that. I'm getting pretty tired. But they must have changed how it works. It definitely changed how it looks, but I think they may have changed how it kind of works since my version of Android. That's the one I'm always doing that with. Like if you want to do basically anything with the USB, you've got to turn that on. Not anything, but like you can copy pictures, but I think if you want to transfer files, you got to turn it on. And so that's enough of that right there. Let's see. What is that? Oh, there it is in the very top. It's a little switch right there in the very top. It says allow development settings. Cancel. Okay. That's different for sure, but that's actually really handy if you remember that. Way easier than the way it is on my phones. So there you go. That's how you turn it on and off, but you don't have to revoke the privileges. You have to go do it again. I forgot the sequence. You gotta. It's really simple. You click on. You tap on click or tap on the. I think you tap on that 6 times or something. I can't remember. The about, yeah, you tap on that over and over or something. I can't remember for sure, but okay, as long as I didn't accidentally turn anything off. SIM management, yeah, it doesn't have any SIM card. Okay, but yeah, this with a Bluetooth headset of whatever type you like, this would be an awesome phone. You can see it to dial it. You don't, when you use a headset, you can be 30 feet away from you and still work, You don't need it in your hand or your lap. You don't need I think it's the best of both worlds. A big enough tablet to use and read and even watch videos if you want, sitting cutting close to it. But a phone and everything. And I don't, if I start getting to where I get out, I might want to get me something like this, but right now I don't. I can see where, though, but if you're out running around a lot, you also might just want something you can throw in your pocket, too. So, if I was getting out a lot, I actually wouldn't want to drag this around. I would like using this in the house if I needed to for a phone, but what I do is I usually just use the regular house phone because we still have a regular standard house phone. But if I want to call long distance, I'll use Google Voice, and you can go through the house. You call the number on the computer on the Google Voice page, and then it calls your house and you pick up the phone. That's how I've been doing it still all these years. But you can also, if you have your mic and everything hooked up, then you can talk through your microphone and do it that way. And of course, like on Skype, that's kind of what got me back to making videos. Somebody I know said, "Hey, you want to video chat on Skype right now?" And I said, well, okay, let me hook up my camera. And I hadn't even tried it on Skype yet, and it worked just great. And I didn't know if it would show up and work right, but it did. And then after that, I was all jazzed for, well, I've got it out. I might as well use it, And so now I've made video. I think I've made videos 3 days in a row now, bunches of videos. Today I wasn't going to make any videos. I was just going to go back and rename all the ones I already made, and some of them a whole bunch of them I need to upload to YouTube. And I did it again. So, yes, this is blurry because it's the only way I can do it. It's a camera aimed at a tablet, and I had to zoom in a little bit or it'd be way too far away. And this is only digital zoom, not optical, and so it's terrible. It's not as bad as, actually better than my phones. So when I've done my phones like that, actually it's probably about the same because I have had my phones much further away and get about that same amount of, pixelation and fuzziness. That's only like 2 feet away from that tablet. That is one thing I don't like, but I knew that when I bought it. I knew it. I wanted a camera with all these features, the USB, the Wi-Fi, the outputs. It has HDMI output as well. I don't have an. If I set up my. That's right. If I set up my. Wait. Oh, I gotta pay attention to that. If you buy a new, like I've been looking at everything from 2 gigabyte to 8 gigabyte video cards for my server. I don't want. You can't put one in this little Lenovo thing. It doesn't even have a. You can't do it. It doesn't have. It all has is one PCI slot, standard PCI, and but if I wanted to hook the camera up, I would need an HDMI input, and all those cards they have like 4 HDMI outs. I don't need that. And I kind of was thinking, well, I really want one with a VGA out because my 8 kVM switch, my 4-port kVM switch is VGA only, but I used to run my other computer with a DVI-D out, and my monitor has a VGA input and a DVI-D input. So I can, and I bought an adapter so you can plug an HDMI cable into it. The only thing is it doesn't send the audio, but that's fine because I don't want my audio going to my monitor anyway. That got some speakers in it, but I've never used them. They're terrible. I use my stereo system. But yeah, I would need, if I was going to send from this camera to the server, I wouldn't even try it with this machine. You couldn't handle it, that much data, I don't think. Well, I don't know what it sends out. Like the AUSB, it doesn't even do, it's just under 1080p. It's 1270, 1280, I always say it wrong, I can't remember. The HDMI would be, I don't know what it would be, but it probably wouldn't be full. It wouldn't be the full resolution that the camera puts out, I don't think. But I would have to buy a separate card, really, because I have not seen in years a video card with inputs and outputs. And if you did, it'd be real expensive. It'd be cheaper to just buy 2 separate cards. There's room in that server for that. I've got, well, I'd have to look again. I know I only have one, I'll just call it expander because I can't remember the name, but the PCI expander, there's PCIs down on the motherboard, and then there's an expander that breaks out into 2 more PCI slots. Turns one slot into 2 that came with it. But I could buy one. You can get them, but I'd probably spend. I don't want to spend a fortune, on little things. So. Yeah, it can take me forever. When I'm just working, I don't take this long. If I'm not, I normally don't talk. I'm either working or watching videos or something. When I'm lately, I don't know why. I used to didn't be this bad. Last year, really. Anytime I start making videos, I just start rambling away. Okay, so I was looking at. Here's the apps I have. I'm not gonna explain what they all are. What's this? Battery is getting low. Oh, okay. Okay, I have to quit. Oh, is it 15%? So I'll probably have 20 more minutes, 10 minutes. But I was trying to wind up anyway. Just gonna go see what apps are on here. Oh, I wanted to install that QR Droid. Let's use the Google Voice search, see if I can find QR Droid. QR Droid. I don't know if it got me or not. QR Droid. Yep. I started too early. Oh, there would be 100 of them. Oh, there's only 2. Now the icon, I paid attention that I saw this already. Oh, is that different versions? Yeah. One's 4.2 and one's 4.3. So I'm going to go for the newer version. I think they're by the same maker. I can't really see. Droid La. I don't want to install that just yet. Let's get on my computer right quick. I do need to hurry though, don't I? How fast is it moving? It's moving pretty fast. Well, let's try it. If it shuts down, it just means I don't get to install it. Oh, that would be bad. I might have to, I think if I disconnect the receiver, it might start charging with the way it's plugged up. Let's see. Yeah, I don't want to. I don't want it to quit while it's installing. That would break something, so I better not do that. But that I might have to do that without showing it or something. Oh, well, I can still do it. I can just I won't have the mouse. So that's what I better do. Did I get on the? Yeah, desktop. Yeah, that's what I better do. Okay. There it is, QR Droid. I wanted to make sure it was getting the right one. Yeah, they're all made. There's 4 of them showing up here. All made by Droid Law. Okay, so I just want to make sure I wasn't getting some fake one that was a piece of crap. But I'm going to have to do it. I don't want to start the install. Let me see. I forgot. Did I switch back to my camera? Getting really hungry now. Okay, I'm going to have to do it, you know, the normal way. So let me get over here and... Okay, now I'm on the wireless mic, so when I walk over there, you can still hear me. But I need to get this thing charging. That's what I need to do. So let's reach just barely. So I'm going to try and plug in the deal. Plug the. Oops, it moved it. I was trying not to move it. That was the whole point. I don't think it's charging. I'd have to go get in the... It should be charging. I don't know if you saw that. That's the adapter I'm using, and I pulled the dongle out of it. So I was thinking it would... See, the charging cable is in there like that. Let's see if that... I don't think it's charging still. There. Unplug it and plug it back in. Oh no, it's telling me the battery's low. That didn't work. Okay. Crap. Now I'm kicking my camera tripod. Okay, so, oh, and that stupid thing. Who is sending me that? I don't know, but I'll figure out that app. It's coming up all the time. I may take that app off there. Is that going to reach far enough? There. Yeah, it's completely moved, but at least I got it plugged in. Is it charging? Can't tell.
sure did move a lot more than I would think. Oh, I see what happened. I accidentally turned the camera. I kicked the tripod, remember? There, that's pretty straight. Well, I really did whack things up. I kicked the leg, that's what it was. That's really weird. That the angle would change. Now it's too far that way. Yeah, that's okay now. I can live with that. Okay. I do not know where that's coming from. It doesn't tell me what software. Boost. I think that it's green. The thing is, the toolbox is, all their colors are blue and white, and this is green and white. So I don't know that it's coming from the all-in-one toolbox. But it does say charging. Maybe that'll tell me what app it is. Whoops, it opened it up. That looks like all-in-one toolbox. Well, what I want to do is install the QR Droid. But it did say it's charging, so that's a battery monitoring thing, but I'm still not sure what app is doing that. Okay, and see, it doesn't tell you all the junk it's going to do, but I already know. Well, we could kind of look. Such as images, videos, so-and-so, camera, all-in-one toolbox is successfully, what? Oh, I think that was an update. I hate when they go away so dang fast you can't even begin to read them. Yeah, that's what QR Droid does, is use the camera to scan QR codes. I keep touching it. Now what the heck? And I hate those things popping up like that, really, because they just jack everything up right when you're trying to do something or trying to read or trying to watch a video. But when they pop up and go away that fast, then you can't even read them to see what the heck it was. Sometimes it's actually something you really want to know about. So normally, see, I don't install from the tablet or the phone when I go to Google Play on the computer. And is it done yet? And I just remembered that what I really wanted to do is check my stream again. I guess I can, there it is. QR Droid, that is installed successfully. Okay. I'm going to switch to the desktop so that I can include you in. Okay, yes, everything's still good on the stream. So now I can, well, I didn't need to go back there, but yeah, some of these pages actually use up too much resources, so I'm going to do that, and then, I'll close the browser. I'm not using it for a while again. So it takes a while when your file gets that big. I was looking at the size of my backup video. Okay, but when it gets that big, you got to wait too long. Oh, I just saw what popped up. Total Commander. That it was that far behind. It's about 30 seconds behind, I think, maybe 20. Okay, so it's installed. Now you can get out of there. Actually, I want to go here so that I can close all this crap. Yeah, I closed it in the nick of time. Well, that's something I forgot to do on that. I'm not used to things not closing when you close them. Is the battery getting charged or not? I worried that the cable or the charger has gone wonky. Since it's, yeah, it says charging, 7%. It's just not catching up very good. I guess because it's so low. Okay, now I want to see where's QR. Before I shut this little quit coming up, I need to turn that crap off. That's ridiculous. I bet that drives my mom crazy. because confuse her and make her think, oh no, what do I do? Something's wrong, you know. I don't know what else, but it goes. If it wouldn't go away so dang fast, then you could figure it out quick. You know, could read it and say, oh, okay. Of course, I also get aggravated when pop-ups stay up too long. On the computer, I always did. I wish I could use my mouse. I'd go in there and turn that off. I don't know why it keeps doing that. Why are you doing that? I just hit something, and I realized once I hit it, that's open the drive. Something about the drive, reading what's on the drive or something. I don't know if it opened it or. Well, it went from 7 to 8%, so it is charging. I was afraid it wasn't going to be able to keep up. Sometimes, you know, it seems like this one I was thinking, oh, if it gets too low, you have to shut it down or it won't. The processor and everything uses up resources when the battery's really low faster than, but that wouldn't really make sense. Well, it could. Battery's in a different state when it's really low than when it's halfway or full. Trying to get to it won't respond. I'm trying to make it do things too fast, I guess. There we go. I didn't want that. I accidentally clicked on it. I was trying to click on that pop-up. There's something wonky going on. It keeps the same one popping up over and over. What I wanted to do is test out Droid and then shut it down and let it charge. There it goes again. Never show. Ah, yes. There's a never show this again. That's what I want. If it comes up again, I'll try and do it. Okay, it will. It's coming up every. I've never seen one that ridiculous. I mean, it goes up and goes right back down before you can read it, but it doesn't give you time to do anything about it. I don't know if it took or not, but I went straight for that box. It said never show this again. Okay. There it is, QR Droid. Now, I don't know if the camera, let's see, get started. I have stuff with QR codes on them. Oh, it went to sleep? There it is. I didn't think it went to sleep. No, but these are not the stuff with QR codes on them that I just picked up. I thought, oh, that'll be the perfect thing. Well, one of them's a measurement conversion, but I had 2 cards from when I bought stuff. They didn't have QR codes on them. I don't know what has a QR code on it around here. It's waiting. I wonder if there's one on that multimeter. Oh, that thing didn't quit. I think I'll need to go in there and try to stop that. That's not a QR code. Yeah, where's one of those stupid things when you want it? Yeah, I don't know where what is now that I want one. Let's see if there's one on this piece of paper here. I don't know how long it'll wait for me. Might time out. I've got a paper. Yep. I don't see any QR codes on here. Huh. Would have thought it would. It's the papers that came with something I bought. And I was thinking there might be one on this old other battery that's all swelled up, but shoot, shouldn't be that hard to find something. see. Yeah. Well, I found it was sitting here, the box. I won't. Oh, there it is. Okay. This is what. That's the little one-ear headset, and there's a thank you and a QR code on there. So I don't know if the camera's gonna. Yeah, there we go. I think you have to. I don't know where you need to put it. It may have quit trying to do it. I think it quit trying, and I forgot how you make it do it again. What's that? Is that it? Oh, that's a light. Cool. It really works great when you don't mess it up. It just does it automatic when you get it in focus and the right distance and everything. I can't hold still. And that should work, I would think. The writing shouldn't really hurt anything. So that's not it. See if I'm actually too close. No, you usually need to be fairly close. I think the more in the middle you are, the better it is. So I'm just going to close the app, try it again. I don't know where the scanner button is. It says scan in the big middle of it, but it didn't. Okay. Yeah, when those words are down there, I don't know if you can see them right in there. It's telling you, yeah. I can't read them. Let's see what it says. It tells you what to do. I'd forgotten about that. It says, oops. Yeah, do not move. It's written in this fancy cursive writing and you can't read it, and it's white. Okay, what do you want to do? Open the URL or ask me? This thing moved again, didn't it? It said open URL. There we go. Web video caster. I'll say Chrome, because that browser that comes with it or not. I said always this time. That doesn't always work on these things, so I've noticed. But there we go. No, I don't want any Facebook anything. I went to my live stream. What the heck? Is that what that did? It must have took you to their Facebook page instead of their website. So anyway, then it worked because the other one was YouTube. I didn't pay. I said Facebook. I'm not trying to go to Facebook, and I closed it. But that's where it was going. I don't want to go to Facebook. So, and this is the YouTube. Oh, this is the YouTube video, and this is the live video. It's getting lots of feedback because the camera's pointing at the screen. That's called video feedback. So. And there's that again. Let's go in there and see. Oh, and here's the other thing. Oh, that's where it went. Facebook.com, whatever. And you can do other things, copy, share, blah, 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 edit, and so and so and so and so. I like this app. It's simple. And if you're not sitting in an awkward place like I am right now, it's really pretty easy to scan a code. Like if you're sitting in the chair and you can just hold the code in one hand and hold the phone in the other and scan it. Or it's better if you put the code down on a table, though, something that's not moving. But you don't have to. Some of them you have to get it lined up and then touch the button. Well, as soon as you try to touch the button, you accidentally move the phone, and it's just almost impossible to get a scan. But that one, other than not being able to read the words that are your coaching words that are helping you, as soon as you get it lined up, it does it for you. So that's cool. I didn't realize I didn't have that on here. I don't know why I didn't, because I guess back when I bought this, Mom really didn't have any reason to want to use those things. But now, that's, you know, every product comes with a deal. It's like, that's how you get to their site, or that's how you get the app, you know. That's how you get the app now, so, or whatever it is you got. But let's see. I think that's pretty well it. It's already up to 13%, and but that's on a phone charger. That's not plugged into a computer. That's on a phone charger. One of my Alcatel phone chargers. I think they're only 1 amp chargers. I don't think they're 2 amp. But yeah, I haven't. This doesn't sound real great. This. Let's get off the tablet and turn it off. I was going to show this thing since I got it out, but let's just put everything over here. Confused. Okay, yeah, I'm going to put this back in the... Well, I can just leave this sitting here and turn it off now. Get it to where it's not at a, you know, at a stretched out so far. So, power off. It always says, do you want to power off? Yes, that's why I pressed the power off button. That's why I did that. Okay, so, oh, the remote works from the back. It said when I bought this thing, that the remote wouldn't work if you put a lens shade on it, a big lens shade like a lot of these cameras have. Said it would block the sensor. Let me get, well, yeah, I'm gonna plug this in to the laptop. I don't know why the laptop is still running. The fan's running hard like that. Doesn't make sense. I'm gonna reboot it again. Oh, and all you're seeing is me sitting down here. Guess it would be a good idea. See, did I? Yeah, I zoomed out. Yeah. The remote, it said it would only work without the lens shade on it, and it didn't come with one. It said it would be blocked by it, and yeah, my tripod moves too easy from right to left and really hard up and down. And it used to be even worse. Well, it had got to where it would just drop, you know, it wouldn't stay. So I worked on it and got it better, but it's made out of metal, which is good. The head is aluminum and the rest of it's steel. The legs are steel, so it doesn't break easy. That's really good. And it was given to me by my buddy, so I can't complain. And I've had it for years and years and years, 10, 15, and I don't know when he gave it to me. I might have it 20 years or more. Because, well, I think he gave it to me after I got into computers. I don't think he gave it to me back in the 90s. And then the other one, I started to swing around and show it, but it's made out of, well, partially plastic and partially metal. The legs are aluminum, and then it has, anyway, it's got fine tuning adjustments. But you can't just pan left and right and grab the handle and go up and down. It doesn't even have a handle. I guess it's really more for like setting up still shots. Well, it's great for video, you know, if you're going to set it up and leave it. But like if you want to move something, then that's better. But that's, and that one, it'll go up and down. That one's only one. This one will go up and down because I have it setting on another tripod that is actually for a light. It's an old-fashioned type. You need those ones with a big globe, big silver bowl of a globe. Then you screw a regular standard light bulb in there. Well, now I put LEDs in them now, but because they don't get so hot and burn you. They still get warm though. That thing will still get warm. I used to use, until the LEDs got to be cheap enough to buy, I'd use those fluorescent swirly bulbs, and they don't get near as hot as a regular one, but they still get warm enough to scare you when you get your arm on it for a bit. But here's the first, that one I was showing you the paper for, the first Bluetooth headset I bought her. And let's see, how does it go? Oh, I was going to say, something's wrong. It's upside down, but you just spin that around. Now, that's what you do when you're not, put it in the, it's come with a bag, so you've got to be careful not to break it. But, I mean, it's not uncomfortable, really. It doesn't have such a great sound. It has a little, it's got a flat cable. Folds up real good. And it's came with 2 more earpieces. I noticed that that's the biggest complaint on those things, that the earpieces break and then you can't get them or they cost too much. Well, that one came with 2 more. And so it's called Hyper. And I was going to turn it on and see if I hear anything, but I don't think I will. You could use it, like it'd be, like I said, it'd be good for, I was afraid that it wouldn't really ever be loud enough. Of course, on the tablets, I think I've kept forgetting that if you turn up the main volume, then it's going to bring, I think it brings up the Bluetooth volume too. Oh, okay, up and down volume, charging port, and then that button turns it on. It may start trying to pair. It's been paired with something, and it may still be paired with one of my phones, but actually this one's running this number 3. This one that the mic's plugged into. It didn't come on. I wonder if it's run down. It must be run down. Yeah, it's run down. Won't even come on. It's not blinking blue or doing anything. It's been setting and not being used ever since I bought it. She never did try it. She, I showed her how to use it and stuff, and then she never got it out again. Finally, after a few months, 3 months ago, I said, "Hey, where is that thing? Let me see if I can." I got to thinking, I had it in my head that it wouldn't work with that receiver that's on the TV, and then I thought, well, why wouldn't it? Now the camera's doing that again. I'll have to remember not to put it. That's handy right there, but that's no good with it doing that. If I'm going to point it at me, it needs to be up there or something. I didn't notice that at all until I set it right here. I think I did that one. I thought I did it one other time. But yeah, when I hold my hand up, it starts. If I hold still, it's all right. Okay, so this needs charging, and I've got so many things charging now. I'm like, well, where am I going to put it? Oh, there's one up there. I'll use a phone charger and it'll charge it quicker. I also want to see if it will come on. I don't know which way this is supposed to open. There we go. These things are pretty tricky. Oh, it was the wrong way. I was finally started coming out, but I believe it's just the same thing as a phone. I have one that was in some stuff my buddy I was talking about. Now it's red light came on. Gave me Plantronics, which is supposed to be a pretty good brand, and but it was just the thing all by itself. And I can't remember when and where he got it. That ought to be good enough. That cable is pretty long. But anyway, that's the only way it would run. The battery was no good. It'd run like this with the cable in it. And it didn't sound all that great. And I found batteries, but it wasn't. I decided this was like $12. And it had as good, better reviews than some, and as good as a lot of the ones that cost 25 or 35 bucks, you know, maybe even 40. But so I don't actually know how to. Red lights on. I think that, oh, I don't think you can't turn it on or anything. Some of them you can turn on. That Plantronics, you could turn it on with it in the charging mode. I think this one won't run that way. Yeah, it won't. So it's charging, it's a red light. Usually a red light means they're charging, and once it gets charged, it should. Now, I pulled all that cable up there like I thought I needed it, and now I don't need it. I don't want it. I guess so. I didn't think that was a good way to have it routed, but it's actually, I'm going to mess up my mic connector. That's the one thing that's not real great about this. Oh, good. I pulled the cable of the charger thing down. How did I have that? Oh, yeah, that's why it seems so awkward, because I used to do it like that. That's better. There we go. But my cable is wrapped around something that I don't really want it wrapped around. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, it hung up on the mixer. I'm going to jack up. Of all the things to mess around about right here, all this important stuff during the middle of a live stream. I'm using the wireless mic, but you know, if I jack it up and then I decide to switch to the other mic, I'll be sorry. Or if I turn it off and don't ever check it, so I better check it right now. Thing won't set. Okay, well, it's going to have to set that way. I want it to set where I can see, you know, that it's charging, but it keeps flipping over. I don't think it's going to. There we go. There we go. It'll probably flip again when as soon as I look away. But yeah, I thought that was a pretty good deal on that. I think maybe those should stay in the box, those extra deals, and the charger and the headset itself would go in the little bag. Because if you were going to carry it around, that'd be handy. Wouldn't protect it. Like if you're going to stick it in, that's the thing with a guy, you know, you usually always stick stuff in your pocket. A girl can usually have their purse to stick stuff in. Oh, there's this cardboard that goes in there to protect things, and that's where this was, up under there, I think. That's where I'm going to put it. I don't know if that's that useful or not, but okay, there we go, back in the box. But it works fine. It's just not, it's kind of a tinny sound, and it was not very loud, but last time I tested it, I realized later that I forgot to turn up the volume on the tablet, I think is what I was testing it on. I turned the tablet off, so I might have been able to hear something on the tablet. That's what I think it's paired to. I just now realized. Well, it wouldn't come on. It needs charging. I hope that battery didn't go bad already. I'm kind of surprised it's down, because it hasn't been but 2 or 3 weeks since well, I guess that's, how long do they? Well, the last time I got it out, I thought I was thinking it had some charge left on it. It had been down for months, but I probably needed charging. Okay, so, and I've decided, I watched back different sections of my previous live stream. I've decided I'm happy with my light adjustments. It's really more natural, I think, than my phones do. I never tried to change it on the phones. I just thought, well, they're fine. I like them. And I didn't. I know that at some points I remembered that I don't like that flickering when I'm moving. At some points I remembered that there was a way to adjust the colors and lighting and stuff in OBS Studio, which is how I fixed it. You can't fix it in the camera, so if you were buying, you can't buy this particular. Well, I think the other one is the same. Same one with some extra stuff on it, and it went from 109 to 169, what I think. But I don't think I started to say, well, I'll go look it up right now. But no, if I want to do anything else right now, I want to grab one of these, grab this phone and do something with it. Oh yeah, let's look at my notes to self. because that tells me what to do next. Okay, and I think I will, let's make sure this is all back to normal. Let's get my thing up. Let's see. Oh, that's for that. Did I reboot? No, I did not ever reboot that. Since it's still going fast, I'm going to see if rebooting it will help. I rebooted it, and that usually cures the thing being hot. Well, wait. I'm not going to do that now. I'll wait till after I'm done. And if it's still playing loud, if the fan's still working hard, then I'll try rebooting it. I was just thinking, man, if that's acting up, maybe what I really need to be doing is setting up a different server. I never meant to use it that long because I don't want to ruin the battery or just, you know, put wear and tear on the laptop. It's old, but it was in really good shape. My niece gave it to me. The one who I was talking about, the great grandson. She gave it to me years ago now, and I remember when she got it for Christmas when she was, you know, like, I guess she was 18, 19 years old, and then she used it for years, and then what happened is it got full of viruses, and they thought it might be, you know, hardware failing, but I didn't think so at all. I told them, you know. Anyway, I used what did I use? Oh, the hard drive got corrupted, and I fixed that. There's a program, a Linux app called Test Disk, and I fixed it in like 10 minutes. Got it to boot, but it was full of viruses. That's what was wrong with it. And but she didn't want it, and she didn't want any of the files, so I went ahead and reformatted it. At first well, it's still got XP and Domain 8 on it, so it's basically like it, except for it got something, you know, I don't know if one of those network viruses I was talking about before got in it or what, but anyway, it's one, you know, runs great on Domain 8, but the XP is so slow you can't use it now. It's kind of weird because XP was just fine until the day after they said we don't support it anymore. And I got online just a day or two after, and immediately it was hit, and I didn't go anywhere. I didn't know. I don't even think might have opened the web. I don't think I opened the web browser, and it was hit with something, whatever system it was. I don't remember. And then after a while after that, I learned how to set the registry to tell the Microsoft server that this is an enterprise machine. And so then it got, I did that I only did it in one. I did it, let's see. No, I did it in two of them. I couldn't do it in this one. It doesn't work with Home. It has to be XP Pro. It doesn't, it's over now, but it got security updates without fail until 2019, about I don't know, May or June or whatever of 2019. So, and that's all anybody needed was the security updates, you know, really. But anyway, I still have some applications that once in a while I want to use that run on XP. Well, let's go to the desktop, and I'm going to, what am I going to do? Oh yeah, I want to make sure my stream's still okay. I started to open up, you know, the preview up there on the laptop, but I don't want it to go back to working really hard again. It's kind of aggravating. It gets loud enough to bother me, you know, when it starts doing that too. But I know it's not good for it when it's working that. If it's getting that hot and the fan ain't never running at full speed, then it's hard on the system. But yeah, I have shortcuts to get there. Actually, I think if I didn't have that shortcut still, I don't know how I would. It might be hard to find that page. I haven't actually tried yet. But they're going to the new setup now. I have that shortcut still. I don't. Yeah, the stream's working good today. I haven't had any problems. The previous one was 2.5 hours. It worked good. It seems like, I guess it's the last time I got up. I kept saying, that doesn't sound like the laptop. I wonder if it's something else, but it's just running so hard that I can hear it out of it's kind of like straight in front of me. It kind of seems like it's coming, or I can hear it out of the left side of the laptop. And I actually thought the fan was in the back right, but it's not what it normally does. It normally, um, the last time when it kept getting hot like it did today, I kept rebooting it, and every time it rebooted, the fan would slow down for a good while. Like I said, I really need to check that thing. I've been having a feeling I ought to just go ahead and set up the vein on that Raspberry Pi, put this and then install the server. That's what I had to manually install. I like to use Fedora web server because I like Fedora, but also you just you download the server ISO and just you install it and you're ready to go. Yeah, you can even log in remotely and do some things with it's called Cockpit, an ad called Cockpit that come app or an application that called Cockpit. Cockpit, I can't say it. Say that one time. Um, I say apps because long before phones came out, you know, you either said software application was what software was originally called. And when I started learning computers, people would either say software or application. And then people started saying app. And then, you know, within 5 years or so of me learning that and getting to where I say app all the time, then they started with the phone apps, or maybe 10 years. And so when I say app, I may be talking about the phone, I may be talking about software on the desktop or laptop. All right, why am I doing that right there? I'm on desktop. I just go, I can't keep straight. Oh, and I'm still running that. Just hit the home button and do something to get out of there. Okay. Oh, okay. Now I know. I was going to look at my note, and then okay, so I only uninstalled, I'm not going to try to uninstall, I wanted to uninstall, see about that SMS app and see if it keeps popping up saying not supported. I meant to look at that on the tablet and I forgot. I was going to see if there was an SMS app and open it and see if it gave me that error, but I forgot. But I'm too tired to start. The phones are so small and my eyes are getting tired, getting hungry, so I'm going to have to quit pretty quick here. Since I've almost gone 2 hours on my second stream, that's a good idea. Let's see. Oh yeah, I wanted to look through my apps, finish looking through my apps again, and look through the wish list and see if there's something, two things I'll keep an eye out for. Something that could possibly connect to the Comrie camera and something that, a remote desktop app. So I'm going to do that. And I don't know if I'll install anything. If I install a remote desktop app, I can install it on my phone, not the tablet, and then I could work on the phone without all that rigmarole, especially the one that's in the, you know, in my homemade mounts there. So I need to go to play, go to apps, go to my apps, and oh. And I wanted to get back on the SM58. I've got it up in front of me. That's why I went to the, I wanted to hear that the mic was working. I knew there was a real important reason why I went there. I wanted to make sure when I switched that I hear it, that the mic was working. I knew there was a real important reason why I went there. I wanted to make sure when I switched that I hear it, that the mic was working.
Okay.
I knew there was a real important reason why
on the SM58.
I wanted to make sure when I switched that I hear it.
Must have got
that the
them both
mic
for a
was
minute.
working.
Okay.
I knew there was a real important reason why
on the SM58.
Oh, okay.
You're getting it.
I
You're
wanted to
getting
make sure when I switched that I
the
hear
repeat. I'm
it.
playing
That
the
the mic
for a
was
minute.
working.
Okay.
I knew there was a real important reason why.
Yeah, I'm getting it. I don't know if that was really being picked up by the mic, but it was showing me in circles. It's like, why is it echoing? You know, because I'm hearing it being played off the live preview, and well, it's playing. I'm hearing it through my speakers twice. You know. Okay, so now I understand. I think, but It was working. I heard myself saying the things I was saying after I switched mics. So I've already went through all this. So I'm just going to go on down here to where I quit last time. Yeah, I uninstalled Cleaner. What is that? Oh, a Vast Cleaner, yeah. I remember not liking really any of the Vast plugins too much. Well, they were too big, was one thing. They just really using up all my space. Some of it was, I think the Cleaner was actually pretty good, but it used up a lot of space, and I think it popped up junk all the time like that. You know, I've never seen all-in-one toolbox pop up things like what's popping up on that tablet. I probably, if it did, I turned it off. That's what I need to do is get in. I forgot about that. I need to turn that off. That is absolutely infuriating. The same one over and over. I thought it was a bunch of different updates or something. It was telling you it's updated. But really, you don't need any of that, especially Mom don't need any of that coming up. I forgot to. I had to shut it down because I wanted to shut it down to get it to charge. Oh, the little thing is charged up. It's blue now. So I'm not going to fiddle with it now because the tablet's turned off. But maybe the next time I turn on the tablet, if I remember, I will. I can't believe it's charged up that quick. It's a little bitty battery, but dang. Ready to take 20, 30 minutes or an hour. Okay, remote multi. That's something I forgot what it is, but it's not what I want. Okay. All of these are or have been on one of my phones. These are all the apps of all the phones I have. They're all identical phones. Alcatel A845L. I've said that so many times I still remember it. That's a scanning app. A Vast battery. That's the one that drove me nuts. Just turning off my Wi-Fi, my Bluetooth all the time, and popping things up and doing this and doing that. Army, now if I used to like that, I think I ended up taking it off because it was like 25 megabytes or something. And really it's not, doesn't do anything you can't do already, you know, from the other apps that came with the phone. Screenshot. WebDAV plugin. That's for WebDAV file transfer protocol. Let's see. Okay. Yes, I just suddenly didn't know for sure. I felt like I didn't know where my settings were. And what's this? Total Commander. I didn't show that or anything, and those are plugins for it, and that's Total Commander. I don't know if you remember or still use Total Commander. That is one Windows application that I paid for way back on when I had Windows 3.1. That's a great guy and programmer there. Paid once, and it's still good. I can get the updates to this day, and I don't hardly ever use it anymore, but I always put it on all my Windows machines when I, if I set one up. And that was my first twin panel file manager. See, like Crusader, that's what I started using. There was two of them, Crusader and I don't remember the name of the other one that was in Blag Linux, which is based on Fedora. And when I first started in 05, anyway, now this is the one I'm used to, and I just can't get by without it. This one, it's built. You can actually set this one to work just like Total Commander if you want in the settings, but I got used to its settings, and when I get back into Total Commander, I get a little aggravated because it doesn't do everything the same. Like you can get in a menu and if you can type. Well, you can't really see that it went there, but every one of them starts with Dawn, but so I don't know if you can see, but it went to Winco, whatever that is. I just looked down there and saw something and said, okay, I'll type that, But so anyway, it doesn't do that. I think it might if you type the whole word and get it right with no mistakes. I can't remember. But that's the only thing I can think of that I don't absolutely love about it. It would do, it still does. Well, you see, these are plugins for the Android total Windows. It used to be called Windows Commander. Then Windows sued them, and they had to change it to Total Commander, the name. But these on Android, you have to add these plugins to do SFTP and FTP, and I don't really use it much, but I just like having it there. I don't know if I might have put it on Mom's tablet. It is a little harder to use in the touchscreen because your finger's too big to touch where you want to touch. But if you're using a mouse, it's great. iMedia Share. That's one of the ones I put on Mom's tablet. Then there's the other one I showed. That was to connect to that Sony DVD player. I don't know if it actually worked or not, but that's why I downloaded it. There's another antivirus. I didn't. It's not on there. I ended up with I use Avast and also the malware bots. There it is down there. Google Home. I don't know what that is. Oh, for Chromecast. Yeah, I tried it. I think I put it on there, and then I realized what it really was for. I was trying to set up that Sony DVD player for those apps to work with it. That thing, really powerful, but I think it's most of it's a command line stuff. There is a GUI to it, I think. It'll do SSH, Telnet, SCP. I've never used SCP, but I've used Telnet for booting over the network, and SSH. That's why I used to do all my file transfers, and Crusader quit supporting SSH. They thought it was too insecure. So you can't, SFTP, in other words, an SFTP connection, which is over SSH. They quit supporting it. They support SSH connections, but they don't support SFTP anymore. But you can, if you set up not pre-shared keys, but keys, I think you can still you can just connect without using a password. It just has a key, but actually it makes me more nervous to have a key, sharing keys on machines than the password. Especially if you mess up, you can put, like I've messed up before and put the private key on the wrong machine. Public keys, everybody can see it; it won't hurt anything. But the private key, if anybody sees it, then they can break in. And if you get confused and do it backwards, like I've done before, then it was only on my own home network, so it wasn't, nothing happened. Nobody was seeing it. I didn't do it on. I didn't do SFTP, but I didn't allow anybody to write anything to my server. But I used to run an FTP server for years, and for an alternative and quicker way for people to download my music, instead of having to, right-click each file to download it. And I put them in zip files, and I put it on my website saying especially when you're on dial-up, anything you could do to help was good. And but people, I would check every once in a while my logs, server logs, and people were constantly hammering it, trying to log in. Well, there was no login allowed. There was no password to break, and it was just read only. That's it, read and download. But they were using up my bandwidth. Sometimes cough drop time. The reason I noticed it, I just now realized, I would hear the machine working, hear the I guess I would hear the hard drive rattling a lot or something. And well, that's another thing. They would some people would think they were crawling the internet with robots, downloading anything, any MP3 file they could find. So they were overusing my connection. My upload speed is, like, I got 200 megabits down, but I've only got 10 megabits up, and that's the most I've ever had. Back then, it was like, 3 megabits down, and probably half a megabit up. I don't remember what it was back then. let's see. Oh, it's the hacker's keyboard I was talking about that has all numbers and has all the numbers and there's a picture of it. See, that's like a real keyboard, and it's not such a pain to use. Only thing is the Android keyboard you make this the default, and then the next thing you know, the Android keyboard's taken over, and I gave up fighting with it. I did try that out once. You can run Linux. I was talking about Linux distros, putting them on a phone. You can run them in a virtual machine easily. This one you have to have root, and my phones, they have the bootloaders locked. You can unlock them, but I never did do it. I didn't want to break them. I was using them for phones, for cameras. But one time I used a rooting app, and you got to watch out. Some of those are malware. They all show up that they could possibly be in trouble. So I went with one that had a good reputation, as I thought. And anyway, allowed me to install some root, apps that require root and run them. But then as soon as I rebooted, it was all you didn't have root access anymore. So I just uninstalled those apps. And then ConnectBot, that's another. It's that. I guess I should see what both of those are. They don't either one of them do remote desktop, though. Well, that's all for SSH, secure shells. Yeah. This is a client. Yeah, that's a client. It's not a server. Yeah, so why? I think that's still my. Maybe I took it off. That really not. I don't like working in the command line. So, and there's other ones. There's more than several good ones. Now, ConnectBot. I keep seeing that on one of the phones. Telnet client, SCP. That's file transfer. Do that. I can't talk. I'm getting where I'm about to can't even hardly talk. So SSH keys. That's what I was talking about a while ago. X11 forwarding. Now X11 is the GUI. So, like Fedora doesn't use X11 anymore. They use something else. But usually an X11 viewing app will still work. Like remote desktop viewer. Well, it'll say things about X11 in there. That's another one. KRFB remote desktop. Well, that's viewer, a client and a server. That's how if I want to turn this, serve up my desktop, I have to start that up. It's the quickest, easiest way to do it now. It used to be easy to do it in the system settings, but they took that out of Fedora. But anyway, I guess I kept it because I kept wanting to figure out how to use that, but I never did figure it out. You got to do. I think you have to do it in the command line. Too hard for me to mess with. If it's really simple, I'll do it in the command line. But if it's involved with a bunch of long lines, I can't type them. If you can't copy and paste it, and it's more than couple of words or three maybe. Really, I just can't. I can't get them right. Because you got to get like for instance, if you were typing any of this in here, you'd have to have every single jot and tittle just right, or else it won't work. And of course, it's not just regular text like that. It's commands and switches and all those different things. Talking about using a hardware keyboard with it. I don't know what kind they're really talking about, unless you could, like, there's some you could plug a USB keyboard in with an adapter or something and oh, they did say Bluetooth, didn't they? says Bluetooth right there. I was fixing to say this app. Um, this app, I started using it before I really saw Bluetooth keyboards, but this is a newer version of it. That particular. So it's a cool app, but I don't really see why I've been hanging on to it. I think I've only got it on that phone 1 anymore. This is the one I think I tried. Back to doing show and tell. Yeah, that's an older version of Devane now. Without Rudy, yeah, this is the one I tried because you could run Devane Wheezy, which is about 6 or 7 Devane version, without rooting the device. I tried it, but you run it in a virtual machine, and so it's using more memory, and it used. I couldn't get it. It would only run on the onboard ROM, not on the on the onboard flash memory. Couldn't get it to run on the SD card, so I didn't have the space for it on these phones. So I won't go into that. And you had to get it all set up in the command line, and then you could open a GUI, I believe. I know I did one that was a GUI, but I couldn't use it because of the space constraints on these phones. I just remember that. That's a good app. I can't see to use it on those little phones, but it's a really good editor for Android. That's what I just installed on the tablet. Open Camera, that's my favorite camera app, which I just found a new version that can be remotely controlled, so I'm thinking I go to it and take these off to save space. But it's a free and open source app. They update it all the time, too. They keep up with it. Kemper Sky Antivirus. That's one of the rescue deals I use a lot. They have a rescue. Or I call it Kemper Sky. It's really, I finally figured out after years of calling it Kemper Sky, it's Kaspersky. I call it Kemper Sky. Kaspersky. It's a good antivirus. But I guess as far as on the phone, I ended up liking Avast better. Root checker. That's one of the ways I figured out how to tell whether my root, I had my phone rooted or not. When I found out it didn't stick when I rebooted it. Multi VNC, I thought, oh, that'd be the ticket, but why did it not ever do what I wanted it to do? Oh, it's a viewer. It's not a server. Let's see if it has a VNC server for the remote control. It detects servers, but how about that? I'm just going to click on that and see if it's anything. It's not compatible. Okay. That one was the last one I just went off of. That says you can remote control PCs and servers. What I want is a VNC server. I like VNC. That's the remote desktop protocol I like to use. I don't like the Windows one. It's really hard to set up and use. It's even not hard to set it up in the command line if you don't have any other way to do it, like a GUI. Like if you don't have say if you're doing it in a live system, I've done that lots of times, and you don't have the RAM, and it's an older system or something. You don't have enough RAM to install KRFB, or the distro you're using won't allow you to install things in a live system. Then you can do it in the command line with a very small amount of code, or a very small application, I guess I'd say. And actually, I had some help doing that last year or year before. I always thought it was too hard. I'd always get hung up. But the guy who is, let's see, what is the name of he's a programmer, and he saw one of my videos on his program, and he contacted me, and then we started talking Skype and stuff, and emailing, and he asked me to do some testing on his new version, and we got on Skype just one time, and he you know, I was all I could do if I didn't know how to set up a remote desktop, then I would just have to point a camera at it like I was doing a while ago. He says, "Well, you can just do that in this." I knew I'd done it in live systems, but he was running. Maybe I'll think about what it is. He was running on Debane, and I didn't know how to set it up in Debane. I had tried a lot of the desktops I've used. They'll work in one version and not in the other of Debane or Fedora, and I knew it wouldn't work. And he said, the ones that I was used to using, he said, "Well, do this," and it was real short commands. Installed it, and then got it up and running. And there's a trick to where it always hangs up on me, the X11 error that I always get. Tell me what to do to get around that. And I saved that stuff somewhere. Well, I have it in video, but which video, I don't know if I'd find it again. But yeah, I do too know how to find it because there's only that one video with me and him on Skype. So anyway, he would type the commands in there, and I'd copy and paste them too, so I didn't have to type it all out. And Adrian is his name, and he lives in Spain. Adrian is his name, and he lives in Spain. And he's the I mean, he has I don't know exactly what he does, but he has a computer job. You know, he's probably a sysadmin or something. I don't know. Well, he could be anything, but the amount of programming he's done for years and years and years on the application System Rescue CD or something like that. He makes a distro, a rescue distro, but not for. Oh yeah, it fixes Grub. Grub is the bootloader that most Linux distros use. It fixes that. He makes two of them actually, two different rescue systems. So anyway, he's a nice fellow. Been working, and he's all for free. It's all free and open source. He doesn't bug people for donations either, but of course he'd take them. Okay, that's the root run Linux on your. Oh, is that the same thing again? Install and use Linux distributions and their associated applications alongside Android. Does not require root, so that's another one. That might have been. I know I did both of these. These are things I have installed now or have in the past. That's what my app stuff saves in there. So root checker. My Phone Explorer was the one that I used to really like, and I didn't stop liking it, but it quit. You had the client, the server installs an Android app on your phone, but then you had to go download the Windows client, and the only thing I had to run that was my Windows XP virtual machine anymore, and it just keeps saying it can't connect. You can do it either over Wi-Fi or via USB. You can directly connect the USB from the phone or the tablet to your computer, and that's where I learned how to do set up administrative privileges in Android. I had to do that to be able to do this, and their instructions taught you how to do that. And but I have not been able to get it to work I left it on my phones for a year or two. Finally, I just uninstalled it because I needed the space. Total Commander. Malwarebytes I use. BusyBox is a terminal program for. That's a really well-known Linux terminal program. It's actually not. It's not. Okay. It's not just a terminal program like that right there. Terminal emulator is what that is, or command line. It is a desktop, like this here is Mate Desktop. Well, this is a desktop program, but it is only a terminal desktop. They don't tell you what BusyBox is right there because everybody that sees it already knows what BusyBox is. It's a whole long thing about his story. I got the feeling he's going to say he, thinking maybe he's saying he ended up being able to make a living off of his apps here, but I don't know. Anyway, I don't want to get into all that. But that's, I know I've read the story, you know, like history of it. BusyBox is another one, another BusyBox. It's a free and open source terminal desktop app, but it's not like you would expect with the GUI. It's just, it took me a while to figure that out about Linux. Is you can get a desktop that has no, I think I tried it. Well, you know, I was just trying different desktops, tried one out, maybe this one, booted into it, and it's like, it's just a command line. See, originally computers, that's all they had was a terminal window, and a terminal was a keyboard and a monitor with enough hardware in it to connect to a server. I actually have one in the garage. It goes over a phone line, an RJ45 connection, and I always wanted to get it out and play with it. Now, once I learned what they are and what to do with them, I'd messed with it a little bit. When I got it, my friend gave it to me. He had it, and I don't know. He didn't know anything about computers, but his mom worked with computers at work. She gave it to him, and I don't know if he was actually using it to connect to her work servers, or if he just never got it to do anything. But anyway, he gave it to me. I swear I saw it up and running one time in his apartment, but he would have been dialing in somewhere. He had it running. I guess he was dialing into her servers at work, and I just didn't understand enough about what it was doing to really know. At that time, that was back in the 90s, the mid 90s. But I remember, it seems like there wasn't a whole lot, nothing really all that interesting on it. That one is incompatible. Maybe that's why it's not on my machines anymore. They've changed it. This is the one I used to use on all my phones, the Wi-Fi analyzer. I was talking about changing the, there's the graph that it shows you. I won't go there. There. It shows you the name, if it's shown, and then the strength of the signal. And it can help you map your network. I haven't seen that part before. Maybe it's there. I think I just only didn't like those views, but I don't know how to get out of this now. It won't go away. There. But it says it won't work on my phones. So the newer version evidently won't work. Unless there's another one that I have. Or some kind of backup. VNC viewer, Linux deploy. Now, I was trying to remember which one of these would. It's not compatible. It used to be, so their newer versions won't work on my older system. Yeah, easy installation of Linux on your device. Creates a disk image on a flash card. Oh. Mounts that it installs an OS distribution. Applications of the new system are run in CH root environment and working together with the Android platform. Changes can made on the device are reversible. Can be removed. But you got to have a super user. You got to have root privileges. So I might have tried that, and then when I rebooted, it didn't work. I don't remember what all I did with that, did or didn't do. AirDroid. That is a remote desktop one, but that's one of the ones that it is compatible. Access your phone from Windows, Mac, or Linux free. Just says calls, SMS, and app notifications. operations. What I remember is two things. I remember it didn't do anything that was useful to me. Major features. The ones that were that I wanted, I think that you had to pay to get them. Well, remote access control. There we go. It's pretty cool. If it sounds pretty cool, but I remember it. The part that did work started slowing down to where you couldn't use it. I remember that. Still has really good reviews. Maybe I have a note in there. I wonder what I was kind of hoping is that it had gotten more features. But since I've already tried it before, I'm not gonna do that right now. I'm gonna look for something I haven't tried. On one toolbox, I was showing that in my video previously. Fast antivirus. It changes the icon. Looks different. That's great. A Google Hangouts dialer. You can dial on the phones. See, I was talking about that earlier. You know, you can go to Google Hangouts and call people on the desktop if you have a mic hooked up and everything. But with the phones, you can just use it. Open this app and use it like a phone. You know. Well, on Google Hangouts, I won't go into all that, but they're different. What you can do. It's changed some. I got a little better on the desktop app than it used to be. Photos, you probably know what that is. You can upload. You can have your phone or your tablet automatically upload pictures and videos of the formats that they support. But it's pretty cool. I was using it to back up all of my videos, but what I would do, well, what I was doing was like back when I was talking about earlier when I had the Windows 7 machines. That was one reason why I had them running. I would back up. I would double back up. I would copy videos over to the Windows machine, and then because they don't have a Linux backup, client app, not a client, but whichever it would be, a backup software that runs on Linux. I don't think they do to this day. They never did. Never have. It's been probably a year since I've used it, tried to use it on the desktop, but on the phones and tablets, I always set them to do it automatically, but the phones keep acting up, and my Android is just too old, and I think they've gotten to the point, I don't know if they even, yeah, they do still work. If I open up Photos in the app, and leave it, and what I do is just leave it open. Usually you could just, once you get it running, you could just minimize the app, or actually you could close the app, I think, and it would still do the backup. But it seems like it needs to at least be running in the background, and then it'll do one backup, and then it won't do it again automatically. So I haven't been using it because of that, because it's not working right on my phones, and it won't work on my desktops. But I really wanted to keep on using it. Yeah, there's nothing about Linux on there. Oh, well, they didn't say Windows on here either. If you go to the Google backup page, or Google Photos, you'd see it. That's one of the apps that I wanted off of my system that I couldn't take off without making it not run right. That's the old Google Play app icon, I think. Yeah, see all these extra stuff. Oh, that was music, I think. It's got a note in there those are the kind of apps I want off. I don't know what that even is. And the drive, let's see if that's, I don't know if that's still on my. I think they still have it. I think they're still using the app. I think maybe the one I had on there was too old and it wouldn't work anymore or something. They changed it up though. Drive is what they had first, and you could put whatever kind of file you wanted. And you can also go there and, it's got a online Office app suite, and all that stuff. It's pretty cool. I just never did that much online stuff like that. Once in a while, I'd want to share something with somebody, and that was a perfect way to do it. But all right there, that's, I think, yeah, that's only for games. That I can't take that off my phones, and I want it off. Google Plus, that when they turn that, shut that down. I don't remember. I think I've got it off of there. I remember it kept popping up all the time. It says incompatible now. Oh, I thought the app was completely gone. Oh, it was now only available for G Suite customers. Oh, really? It's not any good for consumer. Oh, I thought they completely got rid of it. They made it commercial. I didn't know that. And of course, the YouTube app, which I just realized I can't stand. Well, I already knew I didn't really like it. Maps. Oh, okay. Icons have been changed. Play, watch movies. Yeah, that one I don't want because I think you have to pay to watch anything on it. Hangouts and Dollar. Hangouts and I call it Hangouts Dollar now, I think. But anyway, I like those a lot. Text. I don't know what that one is. TeamViewer is the one I use quite a bit. Remote desktop. But it got to where it was too slow to use, and I didn't like it being so invasive in my desktop, in my Linux. Got a Linux desktop with all open source software that you can trust. They're not tracking and whacking you. Unless you're running Ubuntu, that's a whole different story there. That's another reason why I don't like Ubuntu. But when I found out they were tracking, and it was a real pain. It worked in some distros and not in others. And it got to where it was too slow. At first, it was just fantastic. It was the fastest one I'd used in years. I used to use, if I can think of the name of it. Well, those are the two ones I'm using now. But I used to use one that actually came with Fedora back in Genome 2 days, before they went to Genome 3 quite a few years ago now, several years ago now. And Romania? No, it's not that one. Anyway, it was the fastest one I've ever used. You would just forget you were actually remote into the computer. But then after, well, the problem was when they quit putting it right up in here where you could just turn it on and turn it off. It's already installed. You just turn it on and turn it off in the system menu. Then it got really hard to get set up and get working. You had to do a bunch of command line work and tweaking stuff. So I started looking for other ones that were GUI based, so I could just, and so I finally came down to KRFB. You can, and I really didn't want it. I used to leave them on all the time, but then I started worrying about that, somebody hacking it through the internet, controlling my computer, doing no telling what, because it's full control. And so this one I turn it on when I want to share the desktop and turn it off when I don't. And then this is the viewer that I like the best. There is a viewer, KDE viewer too. See, KRFB is the server, and the viewer is some other letters, K something B. Anyway, this is the viewer I like, but there's plenty of other ones if you want a different style. Google Play. Okay, so the rest of you had to install TeamViewer and then install an add-on. I'm not sure why there's remote control. Oh yeah, the unintended. That's the plug-in, unintended remote control. You don't want that on your phone. Phones are so easy to get into anyway. You don't want to just make it unattended. anybody with TeamViewer could get in, control your phone. So, well, you used to have a password, but there's no thing popping up saying, do you want to allow this? That's what it does. Which you might want to do that. There's times when you might want to do that. But yeah, that's an add-on. I guess that's the TeamViewer. So there we go. Finally went through the whole thing. Okay, I didn't see anything. I saw a couple. Oh, yeah, at the very beginning. I don't think there's actually anything. Yeah, there's only VNC viewers that I've already tried or have on the systems. I don't think any of this. Well, that multi-VNC is on one of the. I think it might still be on one of the phones. Okay, so wish list. I do have some stuff I put in over the last year that I haven't went back and tried out. What is that? Windy app. Oh, weather. And that's another weather. Okay. What is that? I guess I'll have to go see. Let's see. I really kind of. Oh, for aviators. I might have saw that somewhere, like I've saw that in a video. I've been watching a lot of videos of, pilot videos and people learning how to fly and just seeing the view you can see from a plane and stuff like that. Yeah, so that's what that is. I'm sure I found that in one of those videos. They say they like an app, so I would, go find it and put it in there. I ever wanted to just look it over. Say they like an app, so I would. Yep, still got a good stream. Okay. Wi-Fi remote. Okay, now that might be. Oh, that's camera remote, I think. Let's look and see anyway. Yeah, it's a camera. Oh. Wonder if that would work on this camera. You still have to, what you have to do to try them out though is, I couldn't be using the camera like I'm doing right now. You'd have to set it up in the Wi-Fi connect mode. Let's see, trigger video recording capture. Not sure if it actually does a preview. I think I kind of remember reading about this. Yeah, I don't think this one shows you a preview. It does. They just do it, kind of talk about it. But yeah, this it's talking about like you can set this up. Tell everybody at your party to put this on, and then then you can like. I guess then you're the one with the control app, and then you take a picture on everybody's phone all at once or something. I don't know. It's kind of cool, but it's not what I'm looking for right now. IP Pro, I think that's another IP video streaming app. Oh, test internet connectivity, check for. Yeah, that might be good to see if I can figure out if the camera's sending out an IP address that I can see, so that I might try to connect to my route with my router. Photo math, what is that? Learn how to solve math problems. Huh. I don't know why I have that in there. Okay, well, I'm not going to worry about why it's in there right now. I am still in my my wish list. Okay. Air mirror. Okay, I think this is the opposite of Air Droid, I think. Oh, remote support. It is compatible. Oh, control one Android phone with another. That's not what I'm looking for right now either. Camera Phi 2. Okay, that's I used to Camera Phi Live. I tried that out. It was a live streaming app before YouTube had their own live streaming setup where you could just, you know, since I discovered OBS Studio, I don't want anything like that. You know, just streaming your camera all by itself. Update phones. What is that? Oh. Oh, it says for Android 9 or Android P. They say for Pi. So this is to help you update your operating system, your Android. Yeah, select your brand. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Looks like it might be easy, but that's not what I'm looking for right now either. I think it might only work if your manufacturer has updates. So I'm not sure if it does custom ROMs and stuff. Mobile camera. Yeah. I think it's the same thing as IP webcam. It's just calling it differently. It might be a little bit different protocol that it. Electrical calculator, that was interesting. Okay, print from anywhere, call recorder, speed test, that's all right. I just guess I didn't install it because I didn't have space. Firefox, you know, I tried Firefox in the phone several times because I like Firefox, but it always gave trouble, didn't work right, used up too many resources. Shouter beta, file sharing, electronics in your hand. That's like to help you. Electronic components. I'm interested in that stuff. I tried to. There's an OBD software, OBD2. I don't have my vehicles don't have that. I have a '76 Chevy Blazer 4x4 and an '83 Dodge Van. They both need work, but they don't have computers. I just put that on there in case I might want to. My mom's car is '96. It has a computer. In case I might want to, you know, look at it. But I don't have a scanner either. I don't have an OBD scanner. I would have to borrow one or buy one. They're so cheap, I'd probably buy one. Complete Linux installer. Oh, okay. You can install Linux without touching the Android install. Yeah, that would be interesting. Dora. Bunch of the. You have to be rooted. Okay. Waze. That's well. Which one is that? I think there's two of them that sound similar. Oh, WhatsApp. Yeah, there's Waze and WhatsApp. This one. Oh, this is the one on the road, right? Oh, okay. That's the one that what's they call him? The Waz or something. Maybe I'm saying that wrong. Maybe there's Waz. Yeah. The guy that's still alive that invented the Apple computer. He was the programmer. I think he's like Wazinski or Wazanek or something is his name, and they call him Waz. This is either Waz or Waze. I call it Waze because the E on the end is what makes me want to say that. Anyway, I remember that got some publicity because it was telling you where the police were and stuff, and the police were saying, well, that makes us be in danger. And I kind of thought, well, that is a good point. But then, I mean, you know where they are. You can see their cars, and if you see them from 100 yards away, you know they're policemen because they're wearing a uniform. So that puts them in danger too, you know, if you want to look at it that way. But if they weren't, then they'd probably be in more danger because if they, you know, well, if someone without a uniform pulled out a gun, and then somebody else is liable to shoot them before they find out who they are, right? because they think they're a bad guy. So, what is that? Asia satellite frequency. Channels, TV, ST, HT, UHD, encrypted, and FPA. How cool is that? It says Asia. Oh, not Asia. ASIASAT. Oh, yeah. Asia Sat. I'm not quite sure what it does still, but that's not what I'm here for. So, getting down to the end of my list, though. Don't think I found any more that I haven't tried. Let's see. Asia Sat. ROM Manager. Now, this one, I thought I had already installed it before. That's one of the ones I wanted to try out. Oh, well, I'm down to my older editions there. Okay, flasher recovery to the latest, greatest clockwork mod recovery. Several years ago when I got these phones, I did a lot of, studying and watching videos about how to do this because I was interested in it first. And then I realized, you can break your phone if you do it wrong. And all I did, I wasn't using the software on them. I was just using, even though I did a lot of work setting them up, I was just using the phone cameras. So it's all about managing the ROMs, which the ROM is what they call the section of your onboard flash where the operating system is stored, where your Android operating system is stored. There's another busy box for Android. Phone Doctor. I forgot what that does, but it's just telling you, if there's things that need fixing. Oh, Cardboard, yeah, that was I was earlier. I was saying I was showing those apps way earlier, showing the apps that I had tried for my VR headset. Well, that's the Google. They gave you a template where you could cut your VR headset out of cardboard and stick your phone in there. That's what you do with the one I got that's plastic, and it's better than cardboard, but. And they have some that are real expensive. I paid $13 for mine, and they say, and I did study on them and watch videos on them, and the more expensive ones would give you a better, less trouble. I felt like I was going to throw up, and I just couldn't watch it. But I decided that the more expensive one wouldn't help me enough. I mean, I didn't even get it to play games or to surf the internet with it. I don't play games really anymore at all. Google Studio. I got it thinking maybe I could use it as a POV, put my phone in there and do POV camera shoots with it, but I couldn't stand to. I couldn't find an app. In order to look at it at all, you need two identical images, one for each eye, and all I could find, I couldn't find a camera app that could do that for you. You'd be looking at that single image, and I couldn't stand it at all. The only thing I could do is close one eye. And an instant I would, forget and open the eye, I would get dizzy and just, and I was thinking, well, maybe I could actually wear it outside when I was working on something because you can zoom in. It has a remote and you can zoom in and zoom out. And I thought, well, heck, it could help me see better. And it could. But not with this. You need the two images since you got it right up at your eyes, you need one for each eye. Oh, that's the app for managing your YouTube channel they came out with. Google My Business, Google Translate, Duo, video calls. I wonder if they still use that. I don't. That's either the one they want to use now or it's not compatible anyway. I don't know if well, it still looks like it's current app, but it's not compatible with my. I should take it out of there, I guess. I think I put some in there that I thought I might want to put on the tablet, even though I knew they weren't. Google Scan, Blogger. I have I don't blog very much anymore, but I have a Google blog. Send anywhere, file transfer. Daily Roads, Voyager. What is that? Oh, it's a car. Turn your phone into a car cam. That's what it is. So it would these kind of apps sense your movement, but they also sense like if you brake really hard or if you run into something, it'll turn on, and or if you go or certain you can set it to come on at a certain speed, like if you're going really fast, like to watch your teenagers, they say. So I tried out one or two of these, and that was the one I haven't tried out. The other one I saw in my apps when I tried it. And it was pretty cool, but it it didn't have the features I wanted to do what I'm doing. Way Loud, I believe, is incompatible. This is Christian rock internet station. I mix sound for Christian rock bands all throughout the 90s. Rock and punk and hardcore and metal. And they have, I remember I used to listen to them on their website. Actually, now my ears, I really I actually damaged my ears. They still ring. Well, they already were ringing some when I was younger before then. But I can't. Now that I'm older, I can't. It's too loud. I'm too old. It's too loud. You're too old. Well, I'm too old. I can't listen to. If you turn it up loud enough for it to sound good, then I can't stand it. It just irritates me to death. If you turn it down too low, then it's aggravating that way because you can't hear the music, can't understand the words. What is this? Flash your boot image, recovery image. Zip files right away using Flash. That sounds pretty good. Backup and restore. You can send it to Dropbox and stuff like that. Google Drive. That'd be cool if you have enough. Oh, premium, yeah, because there wouldn't be enough space on the regular Google Drive. Probably. Anyway, you can back up and restore your ROM images with that. That'd be pretty cool. But you got to have root privileges. OTG. That's what I was talking about on the go. You use an app like that. This is one I haven't tried, I guess. It is compatible. Wondering if it would support OTG. I used one. There's a couple I used. One I like better than others. It only checks whether or not it's supported. It's not just the software, but it's your hardware too, from what I remember. Photo, oh yeah, that's the digital. I saw that before. I think that's what it is. Yeah, turn it into a digital photo frame. It's on the tablet, I think, but not on my phone. They're too little. And ADV screen, smart recorder, key pass. I don't know why. like those password apps. I knew from the day one that those password apps were going to get hacked, and once people used them for quite a few years, and then the biggest sites out there got hacked. Millions of people's passwords got. This is incompatible. Screen recorder. I don't know if I thought. Well, for a while there, okay, you know, if you can't do remote desktop, then if I can record the screen, then I could, you know, either upload the video or edit it without any sound or anything. Then you'd have to edit it into another video, or like do stuff on the Android, and then I could play the video back and record, you know, and stream it over with like I'm desktop stream like I'm doing right now. It does work. Sometimes it actually kind of whacks things up in the video. It gets the it'll knock out the it'll make it drop a bunch of frames, and sometimes it gets way off. The audio and video gets way off when you know, like I play the video. I think it seems like the longer I play it, the worse it gets too. If I play like 20 minutes of video and stream it through via remote, you know, I'm sharing my desktop, I'm playing the video, and then after I stop it, my audio and video will be, especially if I'm using the wireless Wi-Fi mic, you know. Yeah, I think that's why I was interested in that, since I couldn't seem to get a remote desktop app that would work good, I thought, okay, well, I could record it and then play it during my live video, you know, do it ahead of time. What's this one? Well, that's the pass. So this one, smart recorder. What does it do? Okay. That's kind of interesting. It skips silence. Of course, this is kind of aimed at just turn on and leave it. Audio spectrum analyzer. Actually got some good features. Huh. Does it only do audio, or does it do record the screen as well? I think it only does the audio. Look at those snapshots. Yeah, it's only an audio out. That's what I'm gathering from the snapshots. I thought it was a desktop and audio recording app. This one, I think, is a PhoneTop, as I was saying. So, I never did see another app. Which one was the one? Oh, Droid. Yeah. I don't think it's any different. I'm going to look at it one more time. Apps. My apps. Let's go all the way to the bottom. Oh, yeah, show more. Make sure I get everything on there. There it is. It's the only one I can think of that before I go any further, I just don't like that staying up there all the time. That's why I always take it away. It takes up space, enough space to be in the way too. So I just don't like looking at it. It takes up space, enough space to be in. Still got a good stream. Whoa, 3 hours now. I didn't think I'd been going that much longer from the last time when I looked, when it was almost 2 hours. Okay, so it is compatible. Pictures, I don't think. Well, let's look at the pictures. Sometimes they're helpful, but not usually. Yes, in files. How do you get out of this? Check phone notifications. Control your Android and use any apps on the computer. Okay. Now, if that will work, I'll try it again. But when I first tried it, it was restricted. You couldn't do all the apps. There's just a few basic things you could do. But what I'm wondering is, that's good reviews. There's Windows and Mac though. But sometimes you can get around that if it doesn't require any, if it requires only go to the IP address and know the password to log in. It doesn't require any software handshakes or anything necessary, anything other than VNC. I mean, you can do it. I did do it before, so I think I may try it. Is this thing on? Is this thing on? Before I try to install it, I think I turned it off because I wasn't planning on using it for a while. Yeah. So I'll get this one on and I'll plug it up so that it can not run down. Okay, so I can put it over there under the endoscope if I need to, which is what I think I may do. I went ahead and brought the endoscope down lower because it was just, you couldn't read anything. Let's just show that top part and you should be able to see when something happens, because I can do 4K and endoscope. It's not really staying where I put it too well, but there. That you can kind of tell what's on there like that. But oh, it's still not staying, but that's close enough. All right, now go back to the desktop and do the install. So that's phone 1. Microphone, everything. Yeah, it's going to access everything. That's the whole point of this app. That's why, when I decided that I couldn't really trust TeamViewer, and I haven't been going, I don't want to go off into more long stories, but how I figured decided that. But Yeah, I don't have it on this. I had tried it, but I don't have it on anything now. I'm gonna put it on number 1. Oh yeah, it makes you re-log in. Should pop up and say it'll be put on your phone in a minute. This is so much easier than doing it actually on the device for me. So now, actually, that helps me be able to see what's going on. It's making it just big enough I can kind of tell what's going on. When it starts, the top bar starts, it'll move or do something. I don't think it drops down. It might. Can't remember now. But once it's in, you should be able to tell it. Yeah, there it goes. It says the app is installed. So I think I'll have to get over there. How am I going to do it? Try to just reach over there and do it. But I'm pretty sure I will. Battery full. 5 new messages. Oh, it can't install the app. Let's see why. Trying to think, how am I gonna? Okay, I'm gonna have to move further away from my mic, so I'm gonna switch mics. Okay, I'm on the wireless now. All right, now I can go over there if I need to, which is probably what I need to do. Okay. I think I will switch to just the endoscope. Oh, I can't believe I'm still halfway in the picture. Didn't expect that. Okay. Now, I think that'll help me make a better picture, and I can actually read that now. Okay. Why can't it install it? It probably doesn't have enough space. Might be a big app. Droid remote access, free up space. That's what I figured. So I really, I've been all over this thing. I really don't have. They want to uninstall Total Commander? No. I mean, all-in-one toolbox? No. I don't want to uninstall all-in-one toolbox. It'll bring up examples like that, and you're like, heck no. And if you better pay attention, because if you don't, you'll be uninstalling it without even really realizing it. Oh, it brought up the page. So I can't install that. Try it. Is that better or worse? This endoscope is real tricky. It's on a very long, very stiff cable, and yeah, that just says install and then some ads. So if you might, like a while ago, I had to put things in. Well, I had it set up so that if the phone was straight to me on the table, then it was also straight in the picture. But I've got it really, really crooked now just to make it straight in the picture. It's just, you know, if you've got a long, stiff anything, a long, stiff cable, if you've ever tried to, I don't know, I can't even explain it, but anyway, the camera, you know, regular camera, you always know up and down, right and left. Well, with this, you don't know what you're going to get. So it's not made for that kind of thing, you know. It's really made to stick into small places and see what's. Well, it is kind of made for what I'm doing, but you know, close-up pictures. But it's mostly made to stick into small places, you know, like stick in your engine, stick down a pipe. It's supposed to handle. If you get it wet, it's supposed to be okay, but I don't think it'd be good underwater. I think it would get inside and ruin it. But so that was not. Let's see what the other things were on them. Yeah, battery full, 5 new messages. Okay. So yeah, that's better than the way I had it before. I was trying to show the whole screen, and then I thought, well, I can't even make that out, so I lifted it up. But see, and then I was hard to hold still. Now, like this, it's sitting on the table, and this is down as low as it can go, and there's no way I can get the whole thing, but
I can move it around. That's actually better. Let's see what happens if I go that way. Oh, look, it's straightened it. No. It did kind of make it easier for me to put it straight. The legs of the tripod get in the way. And when I turn it, it actually changes the angle that it's at. I can't go any further because then the phone would just be hitting the other leg. So the handle that I'm holding the phone by, my little wooden handle here, it's hitting the, see, it's long and it's hitting the other leg. But, oops, that made it worse. Okay, so I'm really just too tired to go do any more, and I've been on here for so long, it's ridiculous anyway. I used to worry about trying. I used to, when I first started doing live streams, I was like, okay, I'm only going to do 30 minutes, hour at the most, and I just can't do it. I forget. I just keep going because I know, I don't like to. I will fast forward, or not fast forward, but skip through videos. On YouTube, if you don't already know that, you can just click on that red line anywhere, and that's where it'll go to in the timeline. And if you want to do just a little bit, use the right and left arrow keys. Right goes forward, left goes back. And you can go about 10 seconds at a time or something like that. It's maybe more than that. And if you do it about 5 times, it'll go about a minute, So maybe it's more than 10 seconds at a jump. But anyway, that's really good for, somebody's rambling on like I do, and you just want to skip that next couple of sentences. You can just go forward, forward, forward. Instead of, because if you just try to guess and hit it on the timeline, especially if it's a short video, you might have just jumped up, say it's a 30-minute video, you might have jumped up 10 or 15 minutes. You didn't mean to. Then you got to try to find where you were again, so that's a pain. But if it's a really long video, it's pretty easy to skip a minute to 3 or 5 minutes at a time by just clicking on the timeline. Oh, so the time went to tell me what? It's 2:29 in the afternoon now. Yeah, I'm that tired, so I got up at, golly, I've been staying up, I'm too long. Let me get off of here. I just leave it right there. I got up at about 6:37 last night. And so if it's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, I'm 3 to 4 hours away from being up 24 hours. That would make a person tired. That's why I feel wonky. That, and now just now, that's what happens though. I'm diabetic, and so I wasn't hungry. Fine. I thought about, I'm surprised I'm not hungry yet, And then I went on. Well, now it's 3 hours later. That's right before I started this video. I thought, do I need to eat? I thought, no, I'm fine. Well, now I'm just like feeling woozy and starving. And like it's going to be a challenge to go get me something to eat. But I'm going to have to do it. And I think I just heard somebody in there dinging the microwave, so somebody may be in there. So I might have to grab. I keep cashews. I like cashews the best. And keep 3 things in here in case I can't bring myself to, well, if I don't feel good at night, or if I can't bring myself to tear away from, I still didn't hit the right thing. I can't bring myself to tear away from what I'm doing on the computer, then I have cashews. I have little bitty Hershey's Kiss Nuggets. They're about that big, Can't see me. Oh, the camera's over there. I see me in front of me, and I'm trying to go. And normally I do have the camera up there, in my defense. And then I actually have protein bars that have 21 grams of protein, but they're all, well, they're good, but they're really rich tasting, but they don't have a lot of sugar in them. They just taste rich because of what's in them. I mean, they only have I think the whole thing is like 6 grams of sugar. That's not bad at all. But, and I was eating them a lot for a couple of months or 3 months. Well, I was like, I don't want to talk about this, and I'm already here. They constipate the heck out of you. I finally looked. I just didn't think they would do that, because they're whey. The protein is from whey, W-H-E-Y. It's it used to be a byproduct of threshing grain, and they didn't think it was tasted good or whatever, and they would feed their pigs with it back in the olden days. And now it's like expensive, everything that's high protein has got whey in it. But And the other reason I didn't think it would should be bothering me is because I bought the powder that you mix with. It's good with milk, but I don't drink milk because it bothers my stomach and it's got too much sugar in it. Milk itself does. But my mom likes it, and she loves milk and she drinks it all the time anyway. So she'll drink it. She's really dependent on it too now. She does it all the time. But she'll make a big old, big glass of milk and put that in there. And you know, however many scoops is how much protein you'd get. So I'm not sure if she uses 2 or 3, but she uses, and they're big scoops that come with it. Oh no, that's not the one. That's about twice as big. I don't know, what's that from? I don't know what it's from. We save stuff like that. But anyway, I think that's twice as big. Yeah, it is. I'm not sure what that's from, but anyway, that it never bothered her, and it still doesn't. And I went and looking it all up, and people actually have problems. So it's not the whey, obviously. It's something about how they make those protein bars, whatever it is they put in it, that gives you the trouble. The powder, and you mix it with, and I've tried it with water, but you can't drink it cold, lukewarm. It's not. It doesn't want to dissolve. And so I put it in the microwave and make hot chocolate, kind of like Swiss Miss. It tastes about like Swiss Miss. I haven't had that in many years, so I don't think it's quite as good as Swiss Miss, but it's about like that. If you know what that is, that's been around I think before I was born, 1956, but definitely ever since I was a little kid. And it always told you to do it with water. It never told you to put milk in it. And I think I tried it with milk, and it's a little too rich. But better, I think. So, but I actually always like Nestle's Quick the best. But that's full of sugar, They have sugar-free, or they did, but it's nasty. And like I said, the milk, I don't drink milk anymore. I always loved milk, but in the last, actually it's been about 20 years now since I really just don't hardly drink milk. And mostly, when I started realizing just how much sugar's in milk, it just makes you feel bad. Yeah. Just like, it's not as bad as drinking a Coke, but it's way too much sugar for diabetic. So, that protein bar is the best thing I got to make you feel better. Like if you wake up at night and you don't feel good, you can eat that and you'll be all right for 5-6 hours, But depends on what you had to eat before and if it was good for you or not, and if you ate enough, protein. Protein is what gives you, everything you eat turns into sugar in your body, glucose in your body. But whatever, if it's high protein, or if it's high carbohydrates, if it's got a lot of sugar in it, or if it's basically just pure sugar, or if you're eating ice cream, ice cream, it melts when you eat it, and it turns into what? Liquid sugar. So if you don't pay attention to what you eat, and if you give in or whatever, if you're craving that and you give in and eat a bunch of something like that, a little bit you can get by with, like if you ate 2 tablespoons of ice cream, regular ice cream, you would, man, I don't know how much sugar you did. I couldn't say exactly, but it'd be way more than you might think. But if you eat if you ate 6-8 ounces, that's going to make my diabetic feel really bad. Depends on I got type 2, not type 1. But I have always been able to just take pills, but I am fixing to get on insulin too, along with the pills. So they didn't say that they think I'm type 1 yet, but hopefully not. I won't be. So anyway, instead of going to get something to eat, I'm talking about all that. So I try not to. Even I look up there and I see those protein bars, like, man, that sounds good right now. That'd make me feel good. And then I remember that I just got better after about a week's of trouble. And I didn't even know why I was having trouble. So, not with sugar, with constipation. I don't like to talk about stuff like that. I don't know why I got myself into it. But I was like, okay, now what's the big mystery? It's just a common thing. Go ahead and say it. But so yeah, if you've gone this far, you're a glutton for punishment. ear punishment. But oh, I've got, I've got my mic right up in front of me.
Now we're on this in 58. That's where I thought it was. I got back over here, pulled my mic out, and forgot to switch. It's cool how you can do that, though. You can set keyboard your own custom keyboard shortcuts in OBS, and that really setting things up to the way my mind works helps me a lot. There, you can do endless stuff. I didn't do. All I did was the mics. You can do it so that you can switch scenes that way, but if I had too many of them, I would just be a compute. I'd just be in a mess. I couldn't do it. So I use either you can use the up and down keyboard keys, but you'll hit every one along the way. So I don't do that hardly ever. That is what got me started of putting my cameras in a row, because okay, you know, sometimes you could go camera 1, camera 2, back up to camera 1 or something, you know, but then like camera 3, sometimes I'm using it, but most of the time it's only audio only, so you hit a black spot, you know. So finally I realized you got to use the mouse. I still wonder about that auto switching. Better watch out, I'll break the stream while I'm just about ready to say goodbye. Automatic scene switcher. I'm going to have to try that. I keep forgetting to try that. But, okay, so I'm rambling on, and, yeah, that might work. Oh, let me get back on the desktop. I just realized it's not even in my Android. I don't know why it's not in my Android apps, but I tried to install on Cam 1. I guess I could try it on the not now, but I could try it on the 10-inch tablet. I'm just gonna say try later. I'll know what to do. I could try it, unless I don't remember the idea of the 10-inch tablet, but I could try it on the 10-inch tablet, and if it works well, it might be worth. Thing is, the stuff that's on the phones now, most of it is so small that it's not going to add up to. I wish they would tell you how big these. Maybe they do, and I don't pay attention. They should tell you how, you know, how big is the application. Just like, you know, Windows. Well, you can look in Linux too. Find out how big the app. If you're downloading them from a website instead of out of the repos, you can find out if you want in the repos. But their Linux apps are so small, I never have to worry about it unless my machine is about full. There's no MB. Yeah. And I know it's not in the gigabyte range. That's one good thing about Android apps. Well, you know, it is. It's, you know, it's like I said, Android runs on the Linux kernel, and it is laid out just like Linux. It's the whole operating system. I mean, the whole thing is, it looks like Linux when you get into the file system and everything. Let's see, what was I looking for? Dashboard. I wanted to check my stream. One, I like to always do that before I quit. So I know dashboard. I wanted to check my stream. One, I like so that I know that it was a good stream when I quit, because you almost always can't, especially when you do a long stream, you can't watch your stream. Let's see. Well, actually, what happens is you can watch from a lot of times from the halfway point to the end, but you can't watch the beginning until it gets done processing. But anyway, you know, I'm finally happy with this camera here, and I thought this was an angle, you know, the angle I have it on. I thought I would like it today, but then once the flashing is just, you know, if I can hold really still, it'll finally quit, unless there's something else causing it. Right now there must be something else besides me, unless it's my mouth moving. It all has to do with the light from outside and how much it's shining in, I think, as well. But it's just flashing constantly. This may be just really bad. You know, that previous video I made, it wasn't doing like that so much. It's not quitting. Stop. See there it quit. Now it's doing it again. Okay, it quit when I look towards the camera. I'm turning you can probably see how I'm turning my eyes, but try not to move my head. There's something about when I have my head the other way. Could be some kind of reflection. You see there's a reflection on one lens and one not on the other, and when I turn my head straight towards the computer like I normally do, see if that does it. Yep. There's something about the reflections, I think, that's making the sensor go nuts in the camera. So note to self again and again, don't even try putting that thing right there, even though it's convenient and I can spin it around and go whichever way I want. It doesn't work. I know it's going to be really bad. That's going to be super annoying in the video, and it's probably gone on most of this video when I was on the camera. If I put it up there, I don't remember. I'm sure it's done it, but I never noticed it. What I was trying to say was I got the coloration good. It's actually, it would quit flashing at me. It's actually more closer to natural. Areas that get a little too white, but closer to natural. My skin is very light. I don't go outside anymore, and I've always been, you know, I'm a light complected person, and I don't have a suntan. I think my face does have a little red in it, so I just put what, I didn't want to fake it, you know, but I put what looked to me natural. I don't stare in the mirror enough to remember what my cheeks are supposed to look like, but I do know, you know, all that white, bright, some of those other videos right before this one. I don't look like that all the time, you know. It's kind of almost the opposite with my phones. A couple of times, you know, my first few videos, I had phone 1 going and I would switch back and forth between it and this. And I was like, man, phone 1, it's 2 megapixel, it looks great. This is 13 megapixel, claimed 48 megapixels on 4K with the software bump, you know. And and this thing was just looking terrible. So it was a little sharper than the phone, but everything else was bad. And that just made me think. I was fixing to actually go, but I talk about it over and over, and I keep forgetting to look. One time I'm going to look. Let's see, I'll do it in Google. I started to say I'll look in my bookmarks, but well, let's do that first because if I've already looked it up, bit banging. I was scared to look it up on Google. There's no telling what you might get. Yeah, I'm not going to do it. Because, you know, a word like bang, there's no telling. You're probably not going to find anything to do with software. So, but I know there's a term in software called bit banging, and I can't remember if that is. It's probably in my old bookmarks that are not in the new that I have saved in my backups. Because I know I've looked it up before. I know I've read about it, and or I didn't go look that up, but I was reading about video stuff, and you know, I think probably up converting and stuff like that. If I'm remembering it right, yeah, upscaling, up converting. I was probably looking up something like that, and then ran into. I think that is. It's either that or that's another. It may be that, you know what, I may be off. That's why I wanted to look it up. It may be that, if I turn my head, maybe I'll quit that blinking. Turn my head to the camera. Bit banging, I'm starting to kind of get some things coming back. I remember I used to read hackaday.com articles all the time about software and hardware. We call it hacking. We called it. You know, making, building, manufacturing. Hacking was when I grew up, was with a hacksaw. You know, you'd cut up a bunch of old junk and make it into some other kind of junk that did something a little bit different, or did the same thing but not quite as well. You know, but when I first heard kids talking about hacking on computers, I was like, I just couldn't help but laugh every time I heard them say it. But because we would say, well, it's a bit of a hack job, but it works, you know, when we'd make something or modify something. Or I just hacked it together, and it literally came from taking a hand hacksaw and hacking stuff up, cutting it up, and making it do another purpose. And I don't know what it was before my day, but that's the way it was when I was young. And when I was an adult, all the way up into the mid '80s is when I started hearing people talk about. Well, you know that movie, um, War Games. Yeah, War Games. That's where everybody started talking about computer hacking. But I don't remember what year exactly it came out. But bit banging, I just remembered kind of like got a picture of the Hackaday articles. They talk about everything, to do with from computers to hardware hacking, they call it, software hacking to hardware hacking. And they do acknowledge what I was just saying. They'll say that sometimes, some of the writers and stuff. But there's a lot of different kinds of hacking, but I like it all, But what am I trying to say? They're trying to figure out the software. They're trying to basically sometimes decode. It's not just with SSL stuff and all that, but embedded systems, like this camera. Say they wanted to figure out how the software, what it does, how it's written. I think that's a technique that they use, and I can't remember how it works. To you spy on a bus. It might be a PCI bus, or it might be a USB. There's electronic boards you can buy or build yourself. Sometimes they use Reno's, but it's usually something else. And they spy on a bus, not a bus that you ride in, but I mean, stuff that I've read. I watched a lot of videos on and read about but still over my head. I just thought of something. I should be able to. Here's the Hackaday. I think I remember some articles explaining how bit banging works and stuff on here. Break your 3D printer in a good way. They're always talking about they went on the 3D printer craze for a while, and then they kind of backed up, and now they're doing it again. And now that they're looks like it might actually be interesting. Okay, but I was going to get to there it is. I don't think it'd be unsafe to, there we go, bit banging through a USB parallel port. Exactly the kind of thing I was thinking of. So I don't think that I'll just put that in there. Yeah. So it's got more to do with it's figuring out what the code does, what the software does on a device. Yeah, this looks pretty interesting, actually, especially if you understood how to do this. But they figured out how to do bit banging on a USB port with. See, they've made their own little homespun board. It's not. That is I forget what they call that kind of board there. It's made for through-hole components. You can you can solder them on the back, or you can just twist them together sometimes. I've seen all kinds of things. But let's see, is there a video for that? Oh, this is more than one article. Cool. See, bit banging a VGA from an SD card slot. Bit banging Qualcomm charge controller. So you figure out what the software is doing. I don't remember details. But I've been saying that over and over. I wish I hadn't. I wish I would have went ahead and looked it up. I didn't want to go on a sidetrack and start looking stuff up in the middle of the video, but about 5 videos or 6 videos ago I should have, because A-Tiny85, it's very interesting, and it's something that even I could probably learn how to do if my brain would work well enough. There's a lot of things that I would like to figure out, like, for instance, say this camera. Most electronic devices, you might have to take it apart, and I wouldn't want to do that. It's too new, but most electronic devices have, you see those pins right there? They have something like that that is meant for programming or for testing. And usually they're not that, so big sticking up like that. But usually they'll be labeled, too, to tell you what they are. And, of course, the smaller they are, maybe the less likely it'll be to be labeled. But if you can find the testing ports, a lot of devices, especially still do, the bigger ones, that have more room for stuff like that. They'll have a programming port or a testing port that's accessible, from the outside without taking the case apart. And if you know how to do, I remember SPI bus, and I remember another word to throw out that I can't remember what it means. And anyway, with this bit banging techniques, you can find out what the software's doing, and then you can reverse engineer the software. As for instance, I could make this thing and then write new. If I can't code, so I couldn't do that. But you can. But that doesn't mean, if you could find out what it is and how it operates, and the on, the on and the off, I/O in and out. I'm saying everything wrong. If you can figure out enough about that, and that's why I've never done it, because it's still over my head as much as I've tried to learn about it. See, there's GPIOs. Let's see. Well, in and out. GP. I forgot what GP stands for. But you can learn. You'd actually be surprised how simple a lot of this firmware is for things like cameras and stuff. And you can find somebody who's done it already, is what I'm trying to say. Especially if you have a Canon camera or something. A lot of them have, you don't have to take them apart or anything. You can download the software, and you can upgrade the software and get the features that the more expensive model had on the base model, stuff like that. Now it's not, doesn't mean so much, because they're so old. They're less than 2 megapixels. If they're less than 2 megapixels, some of them are actually analog cameras that you can do that on, but they still had some software in them. I mean, my Canon T80 had software in it back in 1983 or 4, whenever we got it, 85. It had firmware that made it do all its magic, but it just didn't do digital video, or it didn't do video. It was a still camera, film camera, 35 millimeter. But it had some pretty trick software on it, effects, and also all kinds of stuff. Focus, everything, autofocus. So anyway, some of these cameras up in the late 90s and early 2000s, the Canon system was I was talking about. So anyway, that learning about that over the years, I thought, well, this Chinese stuff, actually their code's probably all over the place. Might be able to find somebody that's written a change so that I could, never did finish my sentence, said I could connect it to my router like I want to, and stream it over my routers and through OBS Studio. Of course, that's a long way to go around the block to get that to happen. And you could very easily, there's one of the protocols, JTAG. Learn JTAG writing a bit banging programmer. Oh, that's cool. I'm glad I did that. That's all kinds of interesting stuff that I haven't seen any of those articles that I remember. So right there, that's what bit banging is. And it's not the technique they use to upscale video. That's 2 of the most common words they use. And nowadays, they've got some AI software that has to run on some pretty darn good hardware. I mean, nothing fancy, just more than a quad core with 4 gig of RAM. I think I was going to put that somewhere. Let's see. Software video, that's where I would want to go with that. I try to organize my bookmarks. I do so many. I want to be able to try to find them again at, later. Kden Live, that's my favorite open source video editing software. Let's see, live streaming, downloading. I don't see anything that actually goes along with upscaling. I had a bunch of research I did in my old bookmarks. I quit putting them in my new versions because it would slow it down to where you could hardly use it from as soon as you put all those bookmarks in there. Firefox, well, so is Chrome. They both do that. And it really bugs me because I can't go back and I can open them up as I save them as HTML. I can open them up as a web page, but you don't have the search functions that you do in the bookmark manager. I got to put it somewhere, so I'm just going to put it right there. Yeah, how to upscale 4K to 8K. There is some new software that is open source that based on AI technology, and they're using it on YouTube and putting up some of these videos that some from the early 1900s, and making them look unbelievably good. I saw some several years ago, and they were pretty cool, but not that great. They were great improvement over the old film, but still they were jerky and glitchy and stuff. But these, you would think that they were shot, now, except for somebody really some great wardrobe. I mean, you'd know better because you just can't reproduce what's not around anymore. But there's one that might be one of the ones I just discovered. Oh, that's some software for $200. That's not the open source free one. But I do have I don't know where I put it now, like I was just saying. I have some recent videos and articles that I looked at. Yeah, I was talking about AI-based software. You got to watch how old these articles are sometimes, because they've been talking about this for a long time. That's 2020. It's not open source. Yeah. Oh, well, here's it's like maybe no, that's, oh yeah, that's something that's been upscaled. This looks to me like it might be going to lead you to some, expensive software, which is always interesting to learn about it. And if you see, like a lot of times the open source products will say, well, ours will do the same or close to or the same thing as so-and-so well-known expensive software. And a lot of this expensive software is built on the open source software. There's nothing to stop them from doing that. Open source allows you to, except for you, unless it's some special licenses, allows you to use that code even if you're going to sell software you build, as long as you give them credit. It's kind of, it's a lot of people, well, it's kind of a beautiful thing, but it's also mind-boggling that they could ever make any money that way. But they don't just make money from donations. Like Red Hat is one of the biggest enterprise operating systems. That's who makes Fedora out there. It runs on servers, and I would say now it's probably all about, well, no, there's started to say 50-50 with Microsoft, but no, Microsoft is way down on the server market now. I don't know what the specs are. I haven't looked it up. But server, like my server that I bought, I'm going off on more stories. I'm trying to look for my server. There it is. I put Dawn on way down there and I couldn't find it. It's a well, here's where I bought it. Let's see. $2.99 with free shipping. Yeah, on Amazon. They changed the colors up and I was like, what? I paid $260 with $37.49 shipping. Now it's $2.99. So it's basically the same price. This is what I've got. And it supports Fedora. So it says Red Hat, but I've already put Fedora on there and it runs. The picture shows 750 watt power supplies, and it doesn't really say one way or the other. I got 450 watt, but that's actually fine because that's making a whole lot less heat and drawing a whole lot less electricity. I have two. It is 64-bit, 2 6-core processors, 2.53 gigahertz. 64 gig of RAM, and has 846 gigabyte SAS hard drives. They're much faster than, well, they're faster than SATAs, and they're more, well, they're generally more dependable, but HP does have a reputation of their hard drives going out. But so I kind of thought I might take one or two out and you can put SATA SATA hard drives in this machine. Thought I might do that, but I haven't completely decided yet. Well, I was gonna, like, I have two backup hard drives. One's a 4.5 gigabyte, and labeled 5 gigabyte, and the other one's 8 gigabyte. And the 4.5 is actually almost full. And I was thinking I might make sure what it does is my backups that run every day, it backs up from my machine to the 4.5 gigabyte, and then from the 4.5 gigabyte to the 8 gigabyte. So I have redundant backups. What I was thinking I might do is make sure everything's backed up like I want it on the 8 gigabyte, and then reformat that terabyte drive. Reformat that terabyte drive and put it in the server. It's in the server itself, and I was toyed about whether using it as backup again or using it from an operating system. And what I have to do on this machine is I always, like when I make all these videos, say I'm down to 32 gigabytes, I usually keep it at around, what do I keep it at? 80 to 90 gigabytes free space. By after everything's backed up, I delete it, all these videos and stuff. This is just in a few days, a week. I guess that's maybe a week. Let's see, where's the eldest? 5, 16, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 4 days. And that's not counting some other folders of videos I made. Got the 4K. I copied everything off of the new camera on there. They're actually not all that big because they're not all that long. And then that's some I copied from my surveillance camera outside. And then what's that? That's just a few little videos, or maybe one of them's 1.3 gigabytes. And that's so those folders have videos that I been making. So just in the last 4 or 5 days, it's already went from down to 32 gigabyte. And see, this video I'm making right now is up to 6.6 gigabytes. So. And if it was MP4s, it'd be even bigger. I'm doing FLVs, flash. Still can't remember what FLV stands for, but I knew it at one point. But anyway, it runs great, and I made a few videos on it, and I decided that I really needed to get a video card. I was toying around whether I want to run it as a real server and virtualize everything on it, or run it different operating systems and software but then you've got to access it from another machine like this one, and that just keeps me where I'm at. So I thought, no, I want a powerful desktop. That's the number one thing I want. So I'm probably going to get a video card for it. You wouldn't need a video card to virtualize. It's got 64 megabytes of onboard video, but that's enough for just controlling the thing and adminning it and everything. But I have 64 megabyte of onboard video on this Lenovo that I'm running right now, and it always gives you headaches. It actually does better now than it used to. I think maybe Fedora improved their video memory management or something. I mean, I've been running hours and hours, streaming, and if I'm watching videos would overwork it more than streaming does. The streaming is not using the video. I'm sure it's not even using it at all. I thought it might use it a little bit, but I don't think it does. Not when I can go. I don't have the amount of time. Well, see, I did 2.5 hours, and now I'm just over 3 hours and 51 minutes. 4, 5, 6.5 hours of streaming. No wonder my throat hurts. Stupid. So I either do too much or not enough stuff of things. I'm always full on or full off. So it's a DL380 G7, and I don't remember what. Let's see. It says first available date 2012. I don't know if it was available on Amazon then or just available period, but I think it was manufactured in, I was going to say 2011 or 2010, 11, or 12, something like that. And there's some links to the manuals if they're any good. I've already got them all saved on my computer, so I'm not going to click on them again. Now, some of it's old, it's out of end of life, like Fedora, they call it end of life. It's not serviced anymore, so a lot of the especially the download pages and stuff, they're not there anymore on the HP website. But surprisingly, what's not there? Certain things are not there. Basically, things I guess that you paid for, features and stuff to get. But a lot of I found a firmware and drivers and all kinds of stuff for it, which, for Red Hat, you do need them, but Fedora pretty well comes with them. If you do need to download something, you can usually get it in the Fedora repos, unless it's some really out of the ordinary hardware that they haven't got any Linux drivers for. Then you might say a video card, you might have to go to the manufacturer's site to get it, but you still wouldn't be getting it from HP, So there's still no reviews on it. Nope. I made video reviews, but I got so sick and tired of when you try to write a review on Amazon, it monitors what words you put in there, and if they don't like it, they won't let you save it. And I just get through. I tried 2 or 3 times for like 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 45 minutes, and it's just like you're guessing by gosh as to what the heck. And besides that, they don't, they shouldn't have the right to tell you how you say what you think about the product, but they would say stupid things like, even worse than, it was like, oh, well, that doesn't go in this category. This doesn't belong in reviews. This is something you should write in the, one time, there's another place to go to write what you think about the seller. One thing that I really, most people, something that I was very upset about because it didn't get what was advertised. They said, oh, you can't put that in here. You got to go write comments about the seller. Well, they didn't leave enough space to write any of that stuff in there. I did it, and I spent 15, 20 minutes, trying to bring my essay down to 3 sentences. And I also tried to upload videos, and they kept, you have to stay on that page. Sometimes they would just break. And so either it broke on its own, or I'd forget and get off the page because I'm not used to just leaving something like that. And I remember I tried 4 times or more to upload a video that I had made on YouTube about this one particular thing, some headset that I had bought for myself, a Bluetooth headset, earphones. kind of big muffs, you know, cover your ears, and didn't do anything like what they said it would do. And I sent them back too, got my money back. But anyway, I never did get to write. I got so pissed. I just never tried. I just never did write that review, and I really wanted to because I didn't want other people to get caught like I did. But not too long after that, it became unavailable, no longer available. Like this camera. This camera, I can definitely see. Am I on the desktop? Yeah. I can definitely see why. There it is. Those are the surveillance cameras I bought, 5 megapixel. And I was just looking at some of that footage. And that footage, depending on the light and stuff, you know, where the sun is, you know, it'll get some odd reflection. And then when it's been raining or something, you get odd reflections or something. And it's also under a night light that stays on all night. So depending on where that light is and stuff, as to how clear it looks, I'm fixing to say this camera's look clearer than I bought one, and then I thought it was all right, so I bought another one later. Well, that didn't do what I wanted it to do. They are sharper images at 5 megapixels than this 13 megapixel sensor that's claimed they brought it up to. All the description's gone now, but they say it still has the basic header there. 4K, you know, 48 megapixels, 16-inch digital zoom. Now, I knew about that. That's just about the same as your camera, your phone, my phones. It's just, if you zoom in about a quarter of the way, it's kind of okay, but it's grainy. If you go halfway, it's way too grainy. If you go all the way, it's really not useful for anything. But it did come with 2 batteries, a remote, and of course the thing I'm using it for, and will use it for most of the time, is I had 2 ways to possibly, you know, the USB cable. Well, actually 3 ways, because it does have HDMI if I had the hardware to plug it into. So HDMI video out, USB video out, and then I thought I might be able to use the Wi-Fi video, but it's really just a preview for the remote control. I think if I ever figure out an app that'll work with it. But anyway, see, all of the stuff that was in there, a lot of times, even though it's unavailable, they won't take out all the text and everything, but I think they must have got, well, they got a bunch of bad reviews. See, when I bought it, I think it was 4 stars even, or just under 3.9 or 4.1 stars or something like that. I've got screenshots of when I bought it, but see how much negative. It didn't get 1 stars, but it got mostly 2 stars. And it changed quite a bit since I bought it, January 3rd. And it's no longer available. Oh, and here's where I was talking about. See, this one has the little blue, light blue 4K. And this is the one, I think that's probably it. Or maybe, is that the same thing again? No. I think this is the one that I think is the same brand, yeah. Looks like the same camera. I didn't go into any more checking into it than that, but it's 48 megapixels, 4K, and it has the looks just like it. Yeah. Yeah, I see HDMI output. It's really, they mean it for you. I think it works while you're taking video. It may only work when you're playing a video. I don't remember now. I'm not planning on trying to do that anyway. That would be too, if it did work and send out high quality, it would be too much for me to stream anyway. But I think what they've done there is just, you know, stop selling on that other page, take the same camera and added sunshade and a shotgun mic. It's what it looks like, a shotgun mic. It does have and reading the specs, it's a hot shoe. That's what you use to connect mics and flashes. And it did say in there that, but it's a quasi hot shoe. It a real hot shoe on a camera, that's why it's called hot, because it's got electrical connections. When you click it in there, when you plug it in, it completes the connection. Did you see the wire on that? Well, that's just fine for me though, because I wanted to be able to use my whatever mic I want. You know, I don't want to have to buy a special proprietary connected mic. I'd rather have, you know, a 3.5 millimeter or quarter inch, which they don't do that on these small cameras. But so that's fine. I did plug in my dual lapel mics, and it sounded better than the single. But it's still, if I got any tiniest little bit louder, it would distort a little bit. But it wasn't really bad, and way better than the. I actually forgot. I made a little test video without a mic plugged in, and it sounded really nasty. It's just the weirdest sound. Again, today I just forgot. But anyway, yeah, not all of them give you 2 batteries. They give you 1, and so when your battery's down, you're stuck. You know, unless you can plug it in. So yeah, what I was trying to say is, I think it's all the same. It's the same thing. I bet if I compared that, it would be the same text, same camera. They just added it, and that's what I noticed. A lot of the other ones did too. Well, some of them said, "Well, there's a problem with our onboard mic, so we'll give you a free mic." Some of them did say that, and like, I think a bunch of these are made by the same company. You know, the ones that look so similar. That's what people generally say. You read or watch videos, and one guy, he actually knew the parts and what the numbers were and stuff. This company, I looked it up before I bought it, and they seem to be a well-known camera not just selling but manufacturing company in China. I was going to quit, but now I'm still talking, and I'll get another call. But here on Amazon, right now they only have 3 cameras. If you go to their, let's go back to my camera. Yeah, there's the one I bought. If you click on Comrie, they have now, they had a bunch more, I swear, when I looked them up on their page, you know. So they had, this is not their page, it's just like gave me a search for Comrie. Just now realized that. Most sellers have a page that you go to, or unless they've changed how it looks. But that's a 2.7K. That's not even claiming to be 4K. And that's like a pocket camera, 30 megapixel. Doubt it has a 30 megapixel sensor. I considered one like that, you know, but I decided that I don't think they have the USB and all that stuff. This one had enough features that I figured if only half of it worked for me, I would be able to do what I want to do. And it's worked out in that way. But it is disappointing when you take it and use it as a camera all standalone. It's grain, you know, it's grainy, you know, you can see the pixels. If you zoom in, it really gets grainy. Sometimes, depending on what you're pointing at and the lighting and all, you won't see pixels, but it's not, like I said, not anywhere near 13 megapixel quality, and it may all be because it has such a cheap lens on it. The other thing I never did mention, I have I've been talking about those real video cameras I bought on auction back in the 90s. I mean, I did buy 2, and I also got some parts. I got a lens. I have a Sony, nowadays they call it, or I guess they always did, a lot of people call them prime lenses, but it's got a pretty good zoom, but it'll also do close up. And I just recently found out that, I don't know if you can do it on this camera, but like on if you have a camera that has that can accept the 1/3 lens, they call it, the size of where it connects, you can buy adapters to put different sizes and styles and brands of lenses on them. I thought, wow, what if I could get this lens off? And it doesn't really look like. I didn't try to screw it off. That's what they usually do. I didn't want to break it because I don't think it's meant to come off. But if I could get this lens off and put that other lens on there with an adapter, they're cheap even, you know, like $5, 10, $15, then I would have a real lens on this thing. The only problem is I've had it ever since the, mid to late 90s. Like, yeah, about somewhere around 95. And I've always kept it inside and everything, but it used to, you could look through it and it was perfectly clear. I even played with it and stuck it up to a webcam, and you get a round picture instead of a, rectangle picture and all that. But something must have, even though it was inside in the house, there's something in there now. You can see like a brown spot, and when you turn it, it moves. So now a camera, a lens tech could take it apart and clean it up probably, but I don't know if I could do that. But yeah, I think this one here is the one I was just showing. I'm really mostly I'm going by the specs, but also by that's exactly what my door looks like. My view, the letters, same color. So I don't know. Yeah, see, this one doesn't. No, it does have 2 batteries and a remote. That one doesn't show a remote. Mine has a remote. So maybe really this is the one that I have, and just looks different. But notice that they all have 3 stars. That one has 3.5 stars. That one actually has 4 stars. And that's the oldest one, which is the lowest quality. But maybe it doesn't have outrageous claims. I don't know. But these are all right, like I was saying. And they make really good video for a security camera. There's a couple of things I'm not crazy about them. That's just pictures and stuff. See, they still have 4 stars, 4.1. It's really hard to find one of these that has good rating. Most of them that are a real good price. Oh, that went down. Oh, used. Oh, they're not even showing new ones anymore. I kind of had a feeling they might be selling out. They were marking them down to sell them out. But they really are probably harder to set up, especially if you don't have a Windows system. They probably might have been easier if I had a Windows system, but I tried my Windows XP virtual machine. The software wouldn't install in it. But I had to set it up. Well, I know how to do it, but their instructions were just really hard to go through. Plenty of instructions, but once I got it figured out and got it up and running and understood it, it's pretty cool because it has 2 feeds, well, 3 kind of. It will feed over the Ethernet cable, or it'll feed 2 Wi-Fi feeds, one high resolution and one lower resolution. So whatever you're trying to look at it with, it doesn't cache real bad, cut out on you, and all that kind of stuff. The tablet sometimes it's got actually a very slow, what is this top speed of that? I was really surprised because I was showing that tablet a while ago, it's like 8-core and all that stuff. Well, they skimped on the Wi-Fi chip. It'll generally do 12 to 15 megabits. And I couldn't believe that. My phones do 25 to, what is the most I've ever seen them? Generally 25 to 35. I have seen them up as high as, I don't remember now. I wanted to say 50 or 75, but now I can't remember. So let's just say the phones, they will do 25 to 35. And if they just had bigger screens, they'd be way better at viewing, remote cameras and stuff. But they're so small, they're not good for much. But see, they'll do 2560 by 1920. I think that's the same resolution that my camera does. Let's see, am I still on I'm going to close this stuff. Okay, I'm on the desktop. And I had these open. Now, these are some of the things I downloaded. And that's one, well, my mom other morning, sun was just coming up. She says, "Oh, look, there's deers, and there's 4 deer in the backyard." And where is that? 4K camera. 4 deer in the backyard, and I don't think I'll play the videos, but I was just looking to. And so, and she was looking out her bathroom window, and I didn't want to go anywhere else because I knew I'd scare them off because it'd be closer to them, and I'd have to make noise to get there, you know. So I ran and got the camera. I looked at them first, you know, made sure I saw them good. I wanted to just see them. And we live out. Well, I always used to call it next door. I used to say this is the house I grew up in, and you know I moved away and then moved back when I got older. But I used to say I grew up next door to the country because we're in a little town in the city limits. But well, we're about 12 miles from the next town. And then if you go, I used to live way out in the country, about 15 miles up a country road out in the boonies. I loved it out there. But anyway, you don't have to go, but well, if you go 5 miles, you're in the country, you know. If you go out of this town, Hazel, a little town near Fort Worth, Texas. But of course, there's a lot more people in here now than there was back when I was growing up. But and when I was young, when I lived out on my land, I just had 1.5 acres. But I loved it. It was all, you know, solid in the woods, solid trees, and a spring-fed creek on the back border. I spent a lot of time exploring that creek, and I found the spring. That's how come I know it's spring-fed. One year it did actually dry up. That's when I found exactly where the spring was because I followed it back. I started seeing it. I kept walking it upstream, but it was dry. And then I saw water, just a little bit of water. And then I kept going and going, and I saw a few little holes in the ground with water coming out, just cold as in the icebox. So the deer, you know, there's more and more people moving here to Texas and to this area. And so the deer have been flushed out of their, you know, their woods are getting houses built in them, you know, and their fields and, you know, where they've been living. So they have had to learn to live with us people now. I guess one good thing is, you know, in the city limits, people aren't hunting them. So they're safer this way than they would be way out in the country. People will be hunting them on their own property, you know. But poor beautiful deer was just standing around looking, and they're right up close to the house, the garage doors where they were, and right where they go walk around the side of the house. I could see they were looking like, did they want to go, you know, on up. And but then they would hear us, and their ears would perk up, and they'd turn over our way. And I think maybe they kind of saw us moving the curtains and stuff some too. But we tried to be careful. We didn't scare them off, and I went and got the camera, and I shot through the screen, and then I saw one of them go, you know, up by the side of the house, and I thought, well, they're going to go. Then I remembered I'd seen them one other time across the street, and then I saw them go down the street and take off. I've seen a couple, 2 or 3, maybe 4, I don't remember, a year or 2 ago. And over the years I've seen, one time I saw them out in our front yard years ago. Saw some deer, probably not the same ones. I'm probably be awfully old now, but anyway, I was shooting through the window and the screen, and the curtains kept getting in the way. And then when I saw that it looked like they were going to head up towards the front yard, I thought, oh, I'm going to see if they've already seen them good, so if I scare them, that's okay. So I went out the front door and looked, and I tried to go quietly, and I creeped out, didn't see them. So then I got up. I was hiding between the vehicles. I've got that big old 76 Blazer in my big old van, 83 Dodge van. Then we have a little car that's behind the Blazer. And so I was creeping between the two big vehicles, and then I saw them across the street in a yard, 2 yards down. And so I zoomed in on them and just sat there, you know, and watched them. Of course, it got grainy, but I don't want to play that in here. It might even mess up this live stream video like I was talking about. But I'll probably upload the video. Well, I will upload that one. But and then they were kind of looking over my way, and then they were looking all around, but then they took off There was one more yard, and then you turn the corner. It's a T intersection. They turn the corner and went off towards where the woods are. Because there's a lot. I grew up playing in the woods. That's one of the things that gave me a love for the woods. There's a woods and a creek down there. And when I was young, there's two streets that had been dug out, but they didn't build anything there, didn't put pavement down. And then as I got older, I guess about the time I was getting old enough to leave, I left when I was 18. I think they started building there when I was maybe 16 or something. But anyway, they built those houses, and now they look old now, because I'm talking about back in the late 60s, early 70s. And used to, it was a lot easier to get to the woods. You didn't have to walk in anybody's property. Now you've got to go in somebody's yard to get to the woods. But the woods are all still there. They're not really buildable. It's a pretty big creek, and there's some marshy area down there. And if you keep on going, you actually get to the lake. It's called Big Lake down there. And so we used to sometimes walk all the way to the lake, go fishing or just messing around. And as we got older, we'd ride motorcycles down there too. But I had a mini bike when I was 12, but it didn't have any shocks or anything. I stuck on that road. It was all dirt, but it was cut and it was real flat, and I would go around and around and around, because if I got off in the woods, it'd beat you to death is the main thing. Oh, and I didn't have any brakes. First thing I did was take the brakes off, because it wouldn't go. I had one disc brake on the back, and it was put together wrong, and it wouldn't let go, and so I couldn't figure out how to make it work, so I just took it off. Never had brakes on it. I used my feet. I rubbed the whole soles out of my shoes stopping that thing. But this one is from the surveillance camera that I was just showing you. And I thought, well, wait a minute, the surveillance camera, it might show me what happened. And so I went and looked and downloaded all these, and I didn't download about half of them before I found this video. And it shows the deers creeping by my Blazer. They're in the yard next to my Blazer. They're creeping by, and then all of a sudden they get scared and they run across the street. Guess what? It's me coming sneaking out there. So as soon as I even get near, not even halfway as far as I need to go to be able to see them, they run onto the next yard, and then they stop, and you see me videoing them, and then they just kind of, take off in their own natural way without being scared, going down the road, go around the other yard and go down the road, out of sight. But so I really got a kick out of seeing myself being a goofball. I'm the one that scared them off, and I knew I might, but after watching myself, I was like, well, of course you weren't. And what's really weird is that camera has audio, and if you watch it live, you can hear it. It's there's so much, there's a highway. There's another row of houses, a service road, and then a highway from us. So, you go one way, you're going to the woods, and you can walk all the way to the lake and go the other way. And you go, the closest thing to us, though, is the highway, a big highway. It's not like a freeway, but it's busy, especially now. And the only way you hear all that noise, and of course the trees and the breeze and the birds tweeting and all that stuff in the morning, you hear it actually sounds nice, but so all the background noise, it picks that up really well. More the background noise seems to pick up in that Seatronics camera, that security camera, better than natural, things you'd be wanting to hear. But it does pick up good. But when you record a video, it does not have audio. And I was going to say, if you can just right click and look at the properties might tell you. I don't think it tells you much. If I play it in VLC, I can see all the codecs and everything. But I didn't really want to do that in this live video. I noticed the other day I did that, and it just about threw my audio off and completely. And what happens is it'll get the audio and video out of sync, and it'll never come back in sync. So, yeah, it doesn't tell the specs in here. I can't remember. I know there's one app that would, but I tried to open up. There's a pair of apps that can do that. But I tried to open it up and it wouldn't open. And I don't know. Let's see. CPH. Oh, yeah, you gotta wait till the thing opens up. Oh, yeah, I typed it down there in the bottom because I hadn't down there in the search bar down there. Get out of that. There's the application finder. I don't remember what it is. Oh. No, not Phoronix. I must be think. I've already forgot. I looked it up and found it. There it is. Patch. PHA. There. Now I tried opening up the processor because I was going to use it to rename those files and add. Because I think what it can do is look at the metadata, like it could automatically put in the you know, the video resolution and all that kind of stuff in the file name. That's what I was wanting to do because the whole purpose, not these videos, but yeah, a bunch of these videos, the whole purpose of them were they were tests of different resolutions and frame rates and stuff. So if I could get it to put the resolution and frame rate in there automatically, then that'd be awesome. But it didn't open, and I know I've used it not a while back. And then this inspector just tells you the metadata, EXIF and IPTC. That's the metadata. I'll see if it opens up. Because I'm wondering, yeah, that opens up just fine. Okay. Drag and drop images, but only images, not videos? Let's see. I don't think this is going to work with videos. Looks like it only works with images. I thought it did videos too. There's some that work with, you know, images and videos. I don't think I have any of those on this system. If I do, I don't remember the names. I still have my old Fedora 14 system that has more software. It's over 3,500 applications now. A bunch of them are dependencies, but I would say, I don't know, even if half of it is standalone applications that you can open up and run, that's just a lot of applications. Some of them I never did ever use, and some and I used about 50, maybe 50 of them fairly regularly, and some of them, you know, every day, like 10 or 15 of them almost every week. But yeah, I don't want to. There's no point in dragging and dropping a video in there then if it doesn't work. Here we go. That came from this camera, so let's drag and drop one of these in there. See what kind of information it can give us. There we go. Just go ahead and open it up. It's a pretty good application. So that image, here's the file name, file size, where it's at, JPEG, ISO 10918, gamma none, height, hour, I guess that was the hour that it was made, interlace 9 minute, month, what else we got? The path, and then that file name. Size, there's the 3648 by 2048, pretty good size. They don't look that great though. I don't remember what they are, so I won't open them up. Oh, that one's just me. Yeah, I used a remote and took a picture. There's a little thumbnail of it right there. And what else? JPEG. And then again, a width, which is, so the 3648 is the width. I never can remember which one they want to do first. The year, 2020. And I guess, let's see, what about all? Oh, that's all. That's so much I can't read it. See, that's how they're written out. The tags are written. And you know, I've used editors where you could see that and edit it if you wanted to, but the ones I like are the ones where it just says some blanks so you can edit, you know, put stuff what you want in the blanks, like whatever it is you want to change. But, so basically the lower stuff is what we saw, and then there's more up here. But these things can be used in a lot of ways, you know, they can be useful for a lot of things. This one is just something to view it with. Now I don't remember which one it started out with. EXIF is the one I'm used to. Didn't change it any, did it? Oh, EXIF is the stuff on that's got hard to read with all the, you know, it's basically like, it looks like HTML code, you know. What's the other thing? Yeah. Hill. That's what I just put it on. EXIF. That was the one I was used to. These other ones I don't even remember. IPTC. I think I saw that. No. So anyway, I'm going to put it back on all. I don't know how to make it do something different now. Where's how do you get back to add another image? Oh, that's searching it. Yeah. Okay. So I don't know. Do you have to close it and open it back up? Because I don't see anything that would allow you to clear this and put something else in there. That's to search the. Like 2048. I didn't bring up anything. I must have typed it wrong. Because I saw 2048 in there. No. 72. We'll just look at that. That's only 72 dots per inch. So if you're going to print it, it's pretty low DPI. It's not working like I thought it would. Maybe it's searching the directory. I thought it was searching through this information. No. I don't know what the search does. So I was thinking of going ahead and trying dragging a video in there, but I think I've done that a lot too long ago and it didn't work. I like that little button. Like I like to have them arranged to what I'm used to. So I hit swap sides, and now that's back the way I wanted it. But really, really done. You're done. Your voice is done. Everything's done. Okay, so just when I thought I was going to quit, I kept going again. I'm about ready to go to sleep. I think I am. Okay, so, but you know, much as I'm ragging on the camera, and rightfully so, to be honest, because they made it up to be something that it's not. And really, as prices go, I don't know, $109. Of course, I always want things to be cheaper, but it is a brand new camera with 2 batteries and remote and all the things that it will do. It's and it's blinking like crazy. That it blinks like crazy. That you got to be careful where you put it in, because I have not seen it doing that. And I think I have watched back through quite a bit of the other videos I've done, the ones I was recording. But this has got nothing to do with the output. This has got to do with the sensor going nuts, because something about the way, you know, I don't know if it's my glasses. No, it's not my glasses. Oh, it is. See, it quit. Nope, started again. Maybe it's my white forehead. I don't know. I think it's the light in the room. unless the darn thing is already acting up and going to die on me. This junk, this new junk these days will do that. Hopefully, I'll just keep it. It may just be how close I am to it too. Matter of fact, I am. See, I'm almost touching it. That's about 1.5 inches, maybe 2 inches from the lens. And you can see my fingers just fine. See, it'll do close to far away without any, it doesn't have it has a digital zoom, not an optical zoom. But anyway, hopefully when I put it in a different place, it won't do that flash, because this is probably going to be the longest and worst video I've done in a while now. Now, the more I see how it's flashing when I don't realize it, and I forget. Trying to, I think it's the white balance. Which, if I'd set the white balance on manual and white balanced it and then not move the camera, but see, I knew I was going to spin it around. I spun it around to here. And I was looking at. Sometimes I was looking at a phone on the desk, and then I was looking at the screen. That's why I want everything automatic, that I can have automatic, because I don't ever just point at one thing and leave it there, And the white balance is all about the light, And I used to have to manually white balance that Sony BVP3 camera that I had, a tube camera, and you had to carry around a really white piece of cardboard, set it up in front of it where you can't see anything but that piece of cardboard, and you set it in white balance. And I can't even remember what you do. I think you had to focus on it, and all that. And you had to have that. You couldn't have too much light in the room or too little. You white balance it to the amount of light that you're going to shoot in. So you had to. For instance, I took it to a church I was going to and was shooting the. Sounds bad. Filming, taping the services, and so I would have to get in there early and white balance it. But if they didn't have all the lights on, and then then they turned them up, then that would ruin the white balance. So I had to really pay attention to that. And it did not have an auto white balance. This was back in those days, that was actually not something that a pro videographer would even want back then. They knew what they were doing, and they wanted it set right and the way they wanted it. I mean, you did have some. I remember it had toggle switches, and you could switch it different ways. It's been so long now, I can't remember much of it. But I learned that. That was before I was into the internet. Couldn't just look things up. And when I first got on the internet, you couldn't just look things up like that anyway. But I volunteered for they call them cable access TV shows. Cable companies, I'd learned about that I guess it was in about the mid-90s. There's a law in the United States that said that cable companies had to call it cable access. They had to allow local people to make their own shows, and they provided them. When one in Dallas, one that I worked on, it was a nice little studio. And they had 3 or 4 cameras, like the one that I bought later. And you went in there, and they trained you on the cameras, and they wasn't much, but I knew, I'd mix sound for bands. I knew a lot about that. And oddly enough, they wanted me to run a camera. They didn't want me to do sound. I offered to do sound, even though I was really more interested in the cameras. But because that's what I like learning, and I wanted to learn. And so they put me on a camera. And so anyway, took training classes from the guy that we had a guy that managed and ran the cable access thing, and then after you make your shows and everything, and there was somebody that was the producer that said it, that they were the person, just like just a regular person, and we're all working for free, and they're not getting paid either. They might, I don't know if never met anybody. I didn't know a lot of people that did it, but it wasn't some way to go make money. It was to do a public service thing. And so we did that show was about local Christian bands, Christian rock bands, mostly metal and rock and hardcore. And we would do shows in the studio. We'd interview. I got to interview a band that was some friends of mine that I knew one time. It was the only time I did any interviewing. But then, oh yeah, I did do sound. We'd go out and shoot concerts, and I would mix the audio to the. What we'd do is we'd set up. Well, I had one camera, and it was just straight in the middle, and not move it. You know, just a wide angle, and don't move the camera. And then I would send the audio. What I did was I set up mics in certain places. I figured out how I wanted to do it, and I borrowed a Mackie VLZ16 channel and mixed it through that Mackie from those mics to the stereo. All I have is stereo inputs. They were 1/4 inch, not 3.5 millimeters, something that wouldn't break, if you sneezed at it. And I think it might have had one jack, stereo. But anyway, mix it to that. Only problem was the bands were so loud I couldn't hear. I put headphones on and I still couldn't hear anything but the more sound in the room, really. So it was really hard to mix. And the guy, they were actually hiring someone to run sound, but I had got to know him. I actually worked for him for one night, like a 16-hour day. And it was more than I could handle. I was already too old by that time. We did a show, it was like a banquet with a meal. We got to eat, and a cover band doing, popular songs and old rock songs and stuff. And, but anyway, that's how I got to know him, from him doing sound for those shows, and I would talk to him. He's a pretty nice guy. And there is a kind of an audio snake. That's where you run the sound from the stage to the mixing board. That is called now I forgot what you call it. It's a kind of snake that you can plug it into the snake for going to the mixing board. What is it called? Anyway, and then you could send it off to another board, and it's used for things like what I was doing. And he said I could do that. And we had my friends that owned a sound company. They said I could borrow it, but there's a lot of setup and everything, and I never did that. And the idea of doing that was they had a room in this. It was like a church and gymnasium all in one, and so they had a room with a window, and they said, well, you can run it around this door, and get into that room, so I could still see, but I'd be way off to the right side, but then I should be able to hear to mix it, and he also, and the guy, did I do that once? He also he didn't mind if I plugged in something like that, it didn't have to be one of those particular fancy snakes. No need to explain it. Anyway, I could plug this directly into his board, and multiple outputs if I wanted. Like I have a 16-channel board. Well, I would really just want to take. There's a couple of different. You can just take two, off the mains, or one actually if it's a mono mix, or you can get. Well, of course, he had like a 32-channel board, so I think he was using a bunch of those channels, more than 16, I think. So I couldn't just get every channel and then remix it, because the mix for the house is way different than what you need for for a video, to go to tape of any kind. So that's why we were going to that much trouble. And I think I did do that. Yeah, I think I did do it once. I think I did it once or twice. But and then on a big mixer like that, you've got subgroups. So you take channels 1 through 4, put it in sub 1, so and so, like all the drum mics in one sub mix, all the vocals in another sub mix, maybe the guitars in another, and the bass in another, something like that. So usually there's 4 subgroups. Some have 8 subgroups, and so you can go straight direct out. They call it a direct out, direct channel out, or a direct subgroup out. Or then the main output, which is either 1 or 2 channels. If you're most of the time in a live situation, you just mix mono output. It's no benefit to mixing stereo in a live situation like that, and it's a lot more money and gear to be able to split everything up that way. More amps, more cables. It doesn't sound any better. you're getting your stereo out of all the different amplifiers on the stage. You know, there is sometimes, and like I was saying the other day, the amplifiers in a small show like I did all the time, the amplifiers are usually louder than your PA, and you have a hard time, you know, keeping up with getting the vocals up with the guitar amps and stuff. But anyway, I think that's probably what I did, just trying to figure out what did I do. I kind of really remember running a cable. I remember, yeah, I ran a cable. For some reason, they had me right next to him, like where he would walk in and out of his booth. You know, he had a portable booth he'd bring in for his mixer and everything. And well, my friend that let me borrow his mixer one night he brought his he brought an amp. It was like a 1200 watt amp and a big stage monitor and set it up there. But he had it, and I was like, I don't know, I'm afraid it's going to bother him mixing, you know. But I said, well, I thought, well, at least I can get started before the show starts, you know. Well, I kind of messed with it, and then I realized I need to just turn that thing off. It's going to bother him. And then my friend Bruce came in later after the show had already started, and he says, oh, let's check it out. And he turned it up, and it's pointed straight at the booth. He turned it up really loud, and that guy literally came out of his skin. You know, he couldn't hear what he was doing. I think he was actually trying to choose something, you know, on the board. And so, you know, I was saying, no, turn it down, you know, and the guy said, hey, what are you doing, you know? And so after that, I didn't get to set up right there by the board where he walks in. There was an aisle right to the right of where he set up his mixer and the doors that went out the back. And so they put me across that aisle. So it's like, you know, 2 doors wide. And so then, problem is I was plugging into at that point, I was plugging into his mixer with I still can't think of the name. It's a little mini snake. They're usually 10 foot to 20 foot long. And anyway, kind of a patch cable kind of thing, but a long one. And so I think I grabbed some mic stands or something that were standing around there. Anyway, I put them up about, you know, as high as I could reach. And they were going, because I couldn't put them on the floor. I guess I didn't have any tape to tape them down. And I knew they'd trip them and pull them straight out of my board, you know. I don't remember why I didn't try to put them on the floor. Or either that or I did, and then somebody told me, oh, no, you're going to trip people. You can't do that. But anyway, I put them. There's all kinds of crazy things that people do at concerts, you know. Somebody thinks they know how everything ought to be done. But anyway, it was up above about as high as, you know, a little higher. You'd have to jump to reach it. Well, of course, some people said, oh, what's that? And they'd jump and hit it, you know. So then it's up there down like that. I'm like, quit that. You're going to pull my cables out of my... Of course, I knew to watch out for things like that, so I kind of had them restricted on both ends. I definitely didn't want them to... You could break the connect... Either break the, you know, the male connector on the little snake that I was borrowing from my friends that owned the sound company, or you could break the connector in the mixer, and that would be very expensive. So I did my best. I did everything I could to have strain relief on both ends. But the problem with being there was, and you know, I couldn't run a monitor for myself like that. And plus, there's a lot of work bringing in that amp and another stage monitor. That just ruins everything for the guy trying to mix, no matter where I'd be, unless I was up on the stage, you know. Which, of course, you can't do that there either. So. I just had to keep, and I didn't have any, you know, I couldn't afford to go buy anything. I didn't have any noise canceling headset. I just had I didn't even have the headset I have now. It's over there, but I have a flat response mixing headset. You know, they don't alter the sound. They're for mixing. And they were $50 when I bought them, you know, after that sometime. Not too long, a year or 2 or 3 after that. But I had just an old stereo headset that we used to have when we were kids growing up. It was just a really old, cheap headset. But back when I was a kid, in the 60s, late 60s, early 70s, things were made well enough that they were still working just as well as they ever did at that time. But they did not block any sound or anything. They had a decent sound, a good sound. But with all, you know, you're in a live concert with rock bands, and you're in a gymnasium, which all that with all that reflective sound. It was really hard to mix in there for them, and well, it was for me too because of all that. But I never did get the big long. I cannot think of the name of that snake. I've always known what those are called, either one of them. But anyway, the big long one that I could have run around into the other room. I never did do that. And to be honest, I liked those bands so much. I just couldn't bear to be off in another room and not be able to hear it right or see it right. That was part of why I didn't do it. Because I could have done it. Because he said it was fine for me to plug into his snake and do that. And splitter snake. Simple word, splitter snake. Plug it into the box up there that goes on the stage, and then it has two connectors so that one goes off to where I'm at and the other one goes on up to the instruments and the mics, and everything like that. Splitter snake. So I never did do that. I could have kicked myself not too long. After I lost the chance to do it, then I kind of kicked myself that I didn't ever do it because I never did get the sound very good. I just didn't know what I was doing. I live out here in Azle, 65 to 70 miles to that studio in Dallas. I didn't have the money. I was volunteering, and I wasn't making money, hardly any money, because I had health problems, and I couldn't keep a full-time job. So I was mostly volunteering at shows, or, during that time I wasn't getting paid. Did it because I wanted to do it, and of course I'd wear myself out on the weekends and then rest for, till Wednesday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. But anyway, and then they decided this other guy that I knew, he was in a band, and he knew about sound, but I don't think he ever really mixed. He probably had done some recording for his band or something, but he didn't, I don't know. Well, by what he did, I would say he didn't know very much. I don't remember his name or anything, so I won't be calling him out. He told him, well, I know how to do this, I can make it way better than that. And so he gets up there, and the way you mic an amp for a guitar or something, you put the mic, like here's my mic, guitar amp, you're that close, to the speaker. That's how you do it. It's great for micing a guitar amp or something. But he gets up there and he sets up mic stands in front of the main PA speakers. Number one, that's gonna be so loud it's gonna distort. No way to get away from distortion, hardly at all. And number two, and he wasn't using the mixing board and everything that I had. I don't remember what he had, because that was my friend Bruce's, and it came with me, and they told me they didn't want me to do it. He's going to do it, so I didn't bring that. And I did go to the show. At first, I was running that camera and mixing the sound, but then, it was the lights would they didn't have a lot of lights. They had some stage lights, but they would turn them way down, and it gets so dark that the screen would just go black. And I was like, well, that's not going to be any good. So you could raise the gain in those cameras. They were, were they digital? I think they were. No, they weren't digital. They were. Let's see, what were we using? In the studio, they used cameras like the one I bought, the studio cameras, but out there on the deal, they used S-video cameras or Hi8s, one or the other, or both. They were either SVHS or Hi8. I think they were Hi8. Yeah, they were Hi8 cameras, because I did get to take one. They'd let you check one out and use it for a day or two, and I did that one time. It was Hi8. So they still record to a tape. That's what SVHS and Hi8 recorded on tape. Right before they went to digital stuff. Right before they went to the very early digital stuff. They're in high quality for back then. The next thing up would be the 3/4 inch tape, professional stuff. But it was good. It was okay for low budget TV. You really couldn't really tell a difference necessarily, as far as the video way it looked. So maybe you have some kind of expensive high resolution TV or something. But so they never would really. I never got to hear it. Well, I was saying about how far away it was. I couldn't go. I couldn't even go into the studio. I kept telling the guy, "Look, I can't drive back over here again. You know, I don't have any money to do it." He said, "But if you will just mail me a copy of the tape, because you know it was only you have time. You have a whole week between each show, or even longer sometimes." I said, "If you'll mail me one of the rough copies of the tape before you edit it and everything, let me hear that audio. It'll help me figure out what to do, you know." But he never would do it, and I couldn't come up there to listen to it. And they didn't really want him. It seemed like he only wanted him and a couple of special guys in there when he was editing anyway. So I don't know if he'd even wanted me to do that anyway. But so I didn't know. He kept telling me it's not turning out good. But I said, so I didn't get to ever hear it though. So to know how to fix it. So then that other guy tried, and I gathered it was worse than what I was doing. And then because they didn't try that anymore. And I told him, I said, when he was doing it, I said, well, you can't do that. It's going to be horrible, you know. Oh, I know what I'm doing, you know. And see, the thing is, it's not only that it's so loud coming out of those main PA speakers, and that there's like 2 to 3 speakers lower end speakers, and there's a tweeter at the top. So he was only like micing it kind of in the middle, where you're not getting a high, you're not getting a really low, you're just kind of getting a mid range. Plus, you're going to hardly ever get away from the distortion. I think I listened in on it or something and knew that it was distorting. Well, I think I woke up to the speakers and they distorted like crazy because they were driving the heck out of them. So you're going to get what's there, you know. So if those mains are distorted, then because what's coming through the mixer won't be distorted yet, unless you're not mixing well. But then when it gets down to the amps and you're trying to drive it really loud for this huge gymnasium and lots of people, you know, it's very often going to end up distorting. And you know, it was pretty low budget. I've done a lot lower budget shows, but the guy only charged like $150, $200 a night to mix for him. He was the cheapest guy I've ever seen, though. But I mean, everybody else would have been minimum $500, probably $1,500 for that same exact amount of gear and everything, same show. But anyway, at that time, back in those days, local people here. But so then one of the very last shows they did up there, the guy that ran the cable place, they did a special thing. He brought out a remote control truck, and and I don't know if I did it or so. I remember helping. I either did it or helped. Anyway, we ran a snake cable. I think we might have ran a snake out from the board, down the hallway, and outside. The truck was out in the parking lot. And so it was just really cool. You know, it was like a news truck. You know, it had video monitoring gear in there, audio monitoring gear, and so anyway, we did and I guess the VTRs, there was a VTR in there too, I guess, videotape recorder. So anyway, I got to get in there with him, and I did the mixing. And I said, and I wanted to redeem myself. I was like, okay, I'm going to, try it. Now I can hear it, and I wanted to prove that I could do it, And I remember the guy that was he was considered the producer, the guy who dreamed up the show and put it on and all that. I mean, he's the one that did it, organized, and he did the editing too. He wanted to do the editing. He did fine with that. He did good with that. But and he was the host for the studio stuff too. At the concerts, they didn't do interviews and stuff out there. They just did interviews in the studio, and then they would take the concert footage and edit it all together, But I went, I listened to it, and I go, okay, I think that's good enough, as good as I can get it, And I think I had to still mix it. Yeah, I had to still mix it. I kept running back and forth. I was still mixing it on that mixer that I was using. And then I'd run out to the truck to triple check. I'd listen on those headphones, doing the best I could, and then triple check out there. And I kept running back and forth until I got it as good as I thought I could. And then I remember one of the time I was going out there, I saw the guy that, was running the show come out of there, and he didn't look like he thought it was good. You know, he wasn't smiling or nothing. And then I got in there and listened to it again, and the guy that was the runner of the whole cable access studio thing, that got, you know, he worked for the cable company, he got paid to do that. I said, does it sound bad? And he said, no, I think it sounds pretty good, you know. And so I gathered that the other guy, the one that was the producer of the show, didn't think it sounded good. And of course, I vaguely remember it, but I know back in those days, and you know, I did not go to school for it or anything. And after that, I learned quite a bit more actually. So back in those days, it wasn't as good as could possibly be done by a pro outfit, you know, with pro gear, but real pro gear, high end gear. But anyway, that's the last one. I don't remember if that was the last one we did or I did or what, but anyway, I enjoyed it, but there's always challenges. You know, there's always challenges. Definitely did a lot better and had a lot more smoother time when I was the one mixing the shows. And actually, I was usually like a one-man show. We'd always say that. They'd always say that. I was setting up, you know, when we had to set up, sometimes some places I was able to leave it set up and just come in and mix. Sometimes I'd have to set up, mix, tear down. You know, sometimes I have to bring the gear in and set up, mix, tear down, take the gear back to where I borrowed it from. And and usually I'd be lucky to have even one person to help me. Maybe I'd have some people help me carry the gear in, but as far as setting up and mixing the show, I usually didn't have any help. Even anybody that wanted to help, they were young kids that didn't know how to mic an amp or a drum, you know, or anything, so they couldn't do that anyway. They could tote stuff, and that was about it. But I did shows, lots of shows from 25 people, and plenty of shows for. Let's see, did shows for 300 and something like that a lot, and then some of the biggest shows I remember mixing. I remember a Stave Saker, one of my favorite bands, and there was about, I think they said there was 850 people there. This was in another place, and it was a gym. What do they call it? Gymatorium or something like that. It was a gymnasium. It wasn't as bad as reflective though. It had a lot of extra space in the back that was carpeted and kind of absorbed the sound. So real nice big stage that was always there. This was a church. Odd thing about it was in a 2-story building, so you had to tote. All the bands had to tote their stuff upstairs, and anything we did, we had to tote up there. But once we got our gear set up, it stayed. All I had to do there was walk in and mix. And we had a pretty nice PA setup, too. But 32-channel Mackie board. We had the stacks were PV. The PA stacks were PV, but they were new. At that time, they were the newer ones. And the amps, I think we even had some PV amps. We usually trying to get crowns when we could. Those were the best ones. But I think we had a mix of amps. I think we had like a PV sub amp. We had PV Black Widow subs. I remember that. I think they were 18-inch subs. So they really kicked. Then we had like 2 or 3 15s. I don't remember if we had 2 15 sets of 15 cabs on each side or just one. And there was 2 or 3 in each cabinet. And then we had, I think the horns were, well, they might have been in those cabinets. But then we had horns on top of that. And by that time, well, that's one of the places where a real pro guy came in one night, and he, oddly enough, we went and we helped with a show where there was a pro team mixing, can't think of the name of the band, in a Denton College auditorium. And we rented it out for that night, did a big show, and I helped. I just did setup and tear down work. But I did end up spending a lot of time hanging out and talking to the audio guy, the mixer. And he was real nice. And unbeknownst to me, he was talking to the other guys that ran the show. These are some different people, completely different people. the ones putting on the show. This was called well, we started at God's Place and then in Arlington, and then we couldn't afford that place anymore. We moved to that one I was just talking about in Bedford, Texas. The church let us come there. In Arlington, we had the whole place, but it was having to pay rent on the whole church and outbuildings and everything. The electric bill was more than they could afford after a while. Commercial electric bills I never knew. They're like $1,500 a month, even if you didn't use anything. And we did the last couple of months on the generators. Electricity was turned off. And when we did a big show, we would go rent one of those big generators from a rental company. But we generally use little home generators, like 3 of them, for the small shows that were like at the most 100 people could fit in that room, And anyway, that big show in Denton, this guy, I guess that was the guy mixing the sound. Yeah, it had to be him. It was the guy that was mixing the sound. And anyway, he got to talking to Big Dave, was the guy that was kind of like the second in command of that ministry and those concerts. These were all Christian shows, Christian rock shows and stuff. Jars of Clay, that was the show. They actually got some, crossover radio play back in those days. That was the band. And there was one or two, I think there was 3 bands that played that night. But anyway, that guy, he had been to school for it, an actual audio college and everything. And he was really sharp. He knew everything about audio anyway. And so we're in Bedford. This is like, how far? It's at least a 45-minute drive at night with no traffic. And from Denton to Bedford. And after the show's over, it's like at least 2:30 in the morning. He hops in somebody's vehicle, and we all drive back to where we do our normal shows all the time. And we turn on the PA, and he starts teaching me how to about harmonics, audio harmonics. And I had taken a music class in junior college, so I had the idea, but I didn't know it played over into mix and sound. I thought it was only for writing music and playing music, Turns out it's everything whenever you want to get good sound, but also get rid of feedback. And so we were having a lot of trouble with, if the singer would move anywhere, kind of out of his spot and get near any of the monitors, they'd feedback. And I was doing my best with what I knew. And anyway, he taught me about harmonics. And the way he did is he got up on the stage with a mic, and he would say, he knew these frequencies in his head when he heard them. He would move it over towards the monitor and say, okay, bring up 4K, bring down and what the harmonics basically is, in the high, like in a 30, okay, we had a 3rd octave EQ, 32 band EQ. And so for every frequency, low frequency, there's a harmonic on the high frequency, and all the way until they get to the middle. You can start out on the ends, or you can start in the middle and go out, whichever way. That's the harmonic. And they interact with each other, and I can't explain it right, but anyway, for our purposes, what would happen? What you get into, the trouble I got into, the way I learned how to EQ monitors and stuff, is a quick and dirty way that a guy taught me one time is turn down all the sliders to the bottom and then start bringing them up. I think he started at one end and then started bringing them up until you get to the other end. Yeah, that's how he did it. I don't remember if he started at the high or the low. I think he started at the low. But, maybe he did start at the high. And that's how I'd been doing it. Well, what happens is when you bring up, what you need to do is start flat. That's in the middle. And so what happens is when you, say you bring up the high a little, I can't remember even the frequency numbers right now. You bring up a high frequency a little too high, and it'll start feeding back on the low end. So what you need to do is bring it down and then bring that one up a little bit. I can't remember the details anymore, to be honest, but you work them together and you listen. And so he would just keep sticking that thing. And at one point I said, you can't do that. Nobody can do that. I've never seen him be able to do that. And he said, just watch and learn, And we went through that thing. I think we spent at least an hour, maybe 2 hours going through every frequency and he got every and he just had to do it for each monitor too. And we did have at least two separate monitor mixes, so we didn't just have to do one. And so I think we did. I don't know which one we did first, the house or the monitors. I just remember all that time we spent on the monitors. But he got that, and he would tell me, okay, bring this one up, bring that one down, and I caught on by doing it. I was always, that's the way I've always learned, is learn by doing, And with somebody coaching me like that, then I really learned. I understood. He explained to me. And there was another guy over the years that taught me everything else I knew about sound. But actually, I found out later that the guy that taught me all that other stuff, what he had taught me was because he was in a big hurry and he didn't have time to teach me the right way. He told me that, actually, but I never did get a chance to learn the right way. Well, this other guy taught me the right way and more. So anyway, by the time we got done playing out the harmonics and adjusting those EQs, you could stick that mic within, like 6 inches of the monitor, up as loud as he needed. You could blow your head off up there. I went up there and listened without any feedback whatsoever. I had never seen anybody. I've seen some guys I thought were pretty good at mixing. I had never seen anybody be able to do that. And so, boy, nobody was going to touch my EQs after that because that was set. And the house, he also made the house sound better. And once in a while, there'd be a little, if they'd walk over close to the side or something, there'd be a little feedback coming out of the house speakers. But he got that, not only not doing that, but sounding the best it had ever sounded. And after that, I was able to, I wasn't obviously not as good as him, but I was able to do it again, after that. Of course, that was, about 25 years ago, so it's really hard to remember it now, but the details. But still, I jabber on. So, I don't know how in the world I got into all that, but when that stuff comes to my head, I love telling the stories, I guess. And since I don't have any people around to talk to, I can talk to my camera sometimes. So, doing this, making videos and working with the sound on here, it always reminds me of all that stuff. I don't even usually think about that stuff too much. But when I'm actually doing something like that, and of course I've got my little setup set, and I never touch it, other than making sure, because my arm will bump that knob right there. I guess I should have. I've always, when I was taught, we always started our vocals on channel 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe, but how many vocalists you had. And then we usually had guitars and bass in the middle, and then the drums on the right. Now, some people do it just the opposite. But that's how I did it, because that's how I had to do it on this board. It's only got 2 XLR inputs, and it's 1 and 2. I had to do it that way. And then there's 2 stereo channels after that, which I got something in them, but I really don't use it much. But anyway, if I reach up here and get a drink or something, get my magnifying glass, I may bump into that sometimes and usually it turns it up some more. I'm wondering if let me look and see if I've done that. Nope, it's good. So, and see, since I can't I can't stand to listen to myself anyway. Even if I can't listen to it from the live stream, it's a delay. And, well, if you listen to it come out of the speakers, then the mic will pick it up and you'll get an echo. You can't really do it. Could do it with a headset, but I don't want to wear a headset. And I can't stand hearing myself through speakers while I'm talking anyway. Unless I'm singing, then I need it. I have to have it. And I really prefer a floor monitor to a headset because it's too intense. It hurts my ears in earphones. But there we go. Now I have to have a break so bad that I'll have to quit. So I have no idea how I got from where I was to where I am, but I guess I really didn't want to do that phone stuff. I don't like messing with those things. I got tired of them after I learned about them. I got tired of them. But there's maintenance that I need to do to keep them working, and I didn't get anywhere because I decided to make a video instead. And I can't stay on subject. I don't know why, but I can't. Well, I'm going to go and talk to you later.